to Summoner's Rift. "30 seconds until minions spawn." Minions have spawned. An enemy. Has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret. An enemy has been slain. Shut down. Double kill. Your turret has been destroyed. kill. Killing spree.
Yo, what's going on, Game Weepers? It's Ease, and I know that 13.4 just hit the rift, but snap out of it. We have some changes already, guys, for 13.5, and in today's video, in the next 10 or so minutes, I'm going to be detailing what those changes are. So there are 5 champions getting changed in kind of a big way, and there are also a couple of runes getting changed as well. Now, there might even be more changes that come out, so make sure you hit that subscribe button, because we will update you all the time when these changes get released. And guys, if you do actually want to improve, like legit, one question I see so much is like, what is the best build, or what rune runes are you meant to be going? You know, what champions are OP? It really doesn't matter. And guess what? We will give you the answers to those questions on our website at GameWeek.com. Our in-depth videos by our challenger players and coaches are designed by the best to help you become the best, because we've all been there and done it before. And guess what? Runes and builds we don't even think about. Yes, of course you don't want to troll with them, but they really don't mean that much at all. So again, to take your game actually to the next level, regardless of what happens in terms of meta and what you're building, check out the community website and continue to get content. Now let's start off by talking about the Dream and Enzo. Because in this current patch 13.4, the changes to Azir seem to have helped him out. You might have a weaker early game because your base mana went down and having a damage in the mid to late game. For example, across all ranks in Korea, Azir has above a 51% win rate. That's kind of crazy good for a high skill expression champion that usually floats around a 45% win rate. And Azir mains, I would love to know what you actually think of the 13.4 patch. Does he feel better to play right now, or is this just a myth? But whatever feeling you have, this is only going to last 2 weeks because Azir is getting a bunch of changes in 13.5, the next League of Legends patch. Now, Freak has already released a 30-minute long video talking about these changes, so I'll quickly summarize what's happening here. Now, the base stat changes you see on your screen, so your base HP going down, but your armor growth and base AD and AD growth increasing. These are trying to accommodate the general Azir player who isn't in high elo. For sure, having less HP in the early laning phase is a little scary, but getting a bit more durable against attack damage, especially when the enemy team has champions like Yasuo, Zed, Kiana in the mid lane, this will feel nice and you won't be dying as much. Now, as far as the attack damage increase, because spacing is just worse in lower elos, you can certainly auto-attack your opponent more than you would be able to in higher elos, so maybe even Azir's auto-attack poke becomes a legit source of damage early on. Now, I'm really talking against close range and melee mid laners here, but still, it will also help you CS without having to W everything. Now, the next set of changes are geared towards making your early laning phase less oppressive, to provide a decrease in your mana pool again, this time all the way down to 320. I mean, they'll probably make this 0 soon, but to compensate for this, they are increasing your mana growth once again, but this will definitely feel worse in 13.5. On top of these mana changes, they are nerfing the base damage on your Q by 10 at each rank, but they are increasing its AP ratio, meaning that as you get more AP, 200 AP in fact, this will actually be a buff in terms of damage, so playing towards Azir's late game identity. But again, playing to this theme of reducing Azir's power in the early game, your Q's mana cost is no longer going to be a flat 55, it's scaling from a bigger 65 at rank 1 to 85 at rank 5. This means your Q will be just less spammable. The only thing here is that these seem to be really big hits to your very early laning phase, and to actually get to the late game on this champion, because you need a good 3 items to be useful, you ironically need a good laning phase to get there. So Azir mains, are these changes too harsh? Let me know in the comments. But we're not done, because placing a soldier is going to cost 10 less mana, and dashing to a soldier, your E, is going to cost 15 less mana. So if you W and Q at level 2, it's actually costing the same mana, it's just at every rank after that is costing more. And remember, your mana pool is significantly smaller. Now, Riot also want to make Azir less dependent on Nash's too. I mean, perhaps the only change they need to make here is to make it so that your soldiers can apply the on-hit damage from Nash's like they used to, but the balance team want to make things difficult, so they are increasing your attack speed ratio and base and its growth. So maybe you won't get that feeling of wanting attack speed anymore, and you can build another item instead of the tooth. And this is why they are removing the passive attack speed from your W and the 3 soldier bonus attack speed you get. You are, however, getting more damage from your W. Now finally, we have Azir's passive, which has only copped like 1 change since its introduction to the Rift, and the tower duration is going down from 60 seconds to 30 seconds, which might sound a bit over the top, but its cooldown is going down from 180 seconds to 3 minutes to 90 seconds. So you get more uses out of your stream's legacy, but the tower is not hanging around as well. To actually make your passive feel like a legit thing, Riot are buffing its damage massively while removing the bonus damage to champions, and the tower will apply Azir's spell effects. So stuff like Ludens, Liandry's, Rylai's. They've also changed the armor and magic resist to the tower to scale with Azir's level, and have reduced both the armor and magic resist off the tower when Azir is in Narnia or dead, rather than just the armor. So it's a lot of Azir formation in 13.5, and what do you think? Is Azir going to be Giga OP? Will his early game be too weak to even get to the late game? Let us know down below. Now, the other mid laner getting changed in 13.5 is one who Riot tried to buff a couple of times recently, but to no avail, this being LeBlanc. And they are continuing this wave clear buffing trend with the new buffs in 13.5. So for anyone who has played LeBlanc, if you don't have your W, you clear minion waves slower than anyone else. And if you are using your Q to farm, it puts on cooldown for too long, and you just miss out on damaging your opponent, which is really what you're picking LeBlanc for. So Riot are giving your Q 100% mana refund if you last hit a target, and also a 30% cooldown refund, and that is for both your basic ability Q and your ultimate ultimate Q. To make this even easier for you, Riot are giving your Q extra damage against minions. Now this will feel so nice because it is addressing your one big weakness, wave clearing, right, and actually killing minions. And maybe LeBlanc will be able to mimic her way out of the lowest win rate champs group. Now heading to the top lane, I don't know if this is happening because Tyler 1 makes him look OP or because he really is just one of the most broken champions across the board, but Gangplank is copping a couple of hits in 13.5. First of all, your passive. So the base damage on this is decreasing a little in the early game to kind of a lot in the late game. Now this is a pretty obnoxious ability, right? Because for a passive to be as useful as this with pretty much zero skill expression, for sure this nerf might be justifiable. But is it really going to stop GP from being unbeatable in lane? And then we have the nerf to your E's recharge time. So it's now going to be a flat 18 seconds instead of scaling from 18 seconds to 14 seconds. Now this might sound big, maybe, but if you are a good GP player, this shouldn't change all that much, and you are keeping what really makes your kegs OP, the crazy damage, right? The haste you get from your Navori Quickblade spike isn't going anywhere as well, so on paper, these look like small nerfs, GP mains and top laners. What do you think? Now, for those of you going rat-a-tat-tat with AP Twitch, there will be less tatting in 13.5 because the AP ratio you get from your E stacking is now lower. So for those of you kind of abusing Nash's Tooth with Crown of the Shattered Queen support Twitch, expect to win a few less games next patch. This is probably healthy for the game. Now, speaking of healthy for the game, well, maybe the new Yuumi will be healthier for the game than what she was or is at the moment. Because not many of us like Yuumi. Her untarget ability is a big ick, and as long as someone on her team is fed, she can just jump on them and make them the unkillable Demon King, regardless of how badly that Yuumi player has played until that point. Well, the second point I just mentioned, Yuumi buffing anyone on her team, is actually getting changed. So in 13.5, her best ally to jump on will actually be her lane partner. So if you really do crush the Yuumi and her AD carry, they will be a lot less effective. And because of that change, I will join you in letting out a sigh of relief. But unfortunately, her untarget ability is still going to be in the game, so now we can let out a sigh of disappointment. Now, to quickly sum up these changes, guys, as well, because there's so many, she's still going to be a big kryptonite for a lot of players. You will also be able to direct your ultimate if you're attached to someone, depending on where your mouse is, which will heal and shield your allies, and everything else has been geared towards empowering your best friend. So even though the bot lane meta is kind of moved towards engaged support, this might well see Yuumi with stuff like Zeri, Sivir, Ezreal back in the meta, especially in pro play. So I'm actually really scared about the Yuumi changes. Now, we mentioned GP earlier. Well, in this change, we're about to mention other top laners like Fiora, Shen, Sion, Poppy, Camille, and whoever else who takes Grass of the Undying. You guys need to pay attention because you are getting more bonus HP, you're getting a base heal, but you are losing a bit of healing based on your max HP. So this might push it towards being a pure short trading rune it's always meant to be, but the big question here is that, is this going to be abusable by bruisers and fighters, kind of like it is at the moment? So Fiora, Camille, and Jax, they come to mind. Maybe it makes Titanic Hydra better because of the extra bonus HP you're getting. So again, a champion like Camille might be super interested in this. Will these changes mean that tankier top laners like Shen and Sion become super OP? Let us know your thoughts in the comments. Now, the final change, guys, for 13.5 is to Triumph. So the heal is reducing from 10% of your missing HP to 5%, cut in half. This is kind of a big nerf, but it now has a base heal of 2.5% of your max HP. So I guess what Riot are trying to do, because they've been buffing overheal recently, is they're just trying to make it, you know, kind of viable when it's next to a very important top lane rune like Triumph and a very important bot lane rune like Presence of Mind. I don't actually know if this is going to make overheal like just more used, but we'll have to wait and see until 13.5 hits the rift. But guys, those were the 13.5 changes we know of right now. And until our next video, this has been Eeks, aka the Jizz, the Cum.
I never think we're too good to play lesser mechanical champions than Annie in solo queue to climb. Even our boy Faker has been spamming the champion. Most played this season, 68% win rate, 4.3 KD. Annie is broken. Faker said to himself, you know, maybe I'm the best player in the world, but undeniably, Annie is so strong at the moment. Doesn't matter how many nerfs come out from right, this champion is still so solid in the mid lane. If you play it, you will climb. Today we're going to jump on the Rift, check out Annie, talk about why the champion is so hot right now in game, and why I think you guys can still abuse it even after several nerfs. Well, before we jump onto the Rift, a quick word from today's sponsor. Gentlemen, over the years on this channel, I've taught you to play the cleanest League of Legends of your life, but what I haven't been able to teach you is how to also apply this in real life and become clean and presentable yourself. This is where today's sponsor comes into play. Let me introduce you to Manscaped. And if you didn't know this already, studies have actually shown that 85% of women prefer a man that's scaped below the belt. Don't ask me why I know that, but I do. And that's where my little body is. And this is right, aggressive like flow. Don't be afraid in your lower elo games if you want to run something aggressive like electrocute. In high elo, things like first strike work very well because there's less solo kill. People know how to lane much better, more efficiently. There's less solo kills available, so even when you run electrocute, you can't get kills. So you go first strike, gather gold, scales, and late game items, etc. In lower elo, things like the electrocute or even something like a summon airy or let's say a comet. Sometimes all it takes is an auto flash Q ignite and they'll die. They don't know the numbers, the calculations. But in high elo, we go first strike. And he has one of the longest auto attack ranges in the mid lane. Do not forget about it. Don't think you're just Q spamming. So what they did with Annie is they pretty much buffed her entire kit. Kibbies became formidable, a lot more AP scaling. They did just nerf her on this patch, but the nerfs, in my opinion, aren't going to kill the champion. I don't know what... Annie has just slowly been ramping up over the last, like, year to be a complete monster in the mid lane, yet so easy to play. I like the idea. I don't know if this is just a theory, but Riot are making a lot of the, like, the lesser costing champions pretty strong. Maybe, like, champions, new players are going to be playing, like Annie, and can master. Maybe they want new players to have accessible champions they can pilot and climb with, and maybe they'll end up playing more games and think, hey, I'm Beifang, play Kiana, buy a $12,000 skin that they sell, the Prestige Gucci edition, and make money. I don't know what's going on at Riot Games. I'm not a businessman for them. I am for myself. So if you do want to subscribe and like the video, I would appreciate that. Friday, normal work week, little 9 to 5. Anyways, coming this lane, slight CS lead, kind of slow shove into Faker. Our T1 have been looking this season very strong. I think they can win Worlds. I don't think they're currently leading as the favorites for me, but I do think it's totally in their wheelhouse. LeBlanc. Looking to break. LeBlanc also similar buffs as of late. You really shouldn't be missing from you should be CSing 8. 10 minutes you could be around about 80 CS. If you're lower than that, I'm not going to say you're a noob, but just look at your replay files and understand where the CS you're missing. Because it's so easy to CS with Annie with the Q. Like you're using that E. Be back on cooldown. Do you see how they gets the reset? You get the mana back. It's just it's easy mechanics, okay? Flash. One more auto. Does it get it? Die. And Faker gets it. You can see how easy is that. Get your buddy Maokai an old tree. Come and gank. Flash done. Not very hard. I'm guessing, is that like an auto laugh mechanic that Annie has? I don't like it. I know Singed have, doesn't Singed have like an auto laugh command or something? When he uses some abilities? Get a bit of level up. Level 6 here. We are climbing in this game. Usually it's going to be a roller setup. Let's see if I recognize any names. Not quite. You can see LeBlanc starting to get some mad with this. Even a strong lane like LeBlanc is not able to match up against the enemy. You have to get matched with this. It's going to completely destroy her chances of any solo kills in the lane, and Faker would simply be able to always win this. I think Annie struggles into champions such as Orianna, such as Syndra. She does very well into like mid-range mages, I would say, and shorter range things like, let's say, like a Yasuo or something, obviously very easy. And then those mid to long range mages is what Annie really struggles to gap kill. She gets outspaced. Don't be scared, get a flank, flash and move in the game. You have to drop a couple of CS. If you have an unfavorable matchup, I'd rather you drop 5 to 10 CS than try and aggressively trade in the matchup you don't win for no reason. Just simply take the L, cop the L, and do what your champion does best. Infighting, objective control. Looking for picks. You don't need to be the number one at all areas of the game. No champion is. Every champion has strengths. Every champion has weaknesses. For a couple that are completely stupidly broken. We'll talk about them. Every single CS needs to be contested. The tip-top level, when you have an advantage, every time they're going into these CSs and these autos, that's your opportunity to move into a trade. In high elo, a lot of the times the trading... Ooh, Faker doesn't have flash, he might die here. Ignite comes out, Wukong makes his way in, and he... What's the Tibbers? Tibbers is doing some aggressive trades. You think in your mind when you have a hard matchup, you know, I will just play passively, and I know it literally just said play passive. But like in the high elo games against good players who I have burst, I don't even know many games. I think Faker does Nemesis and all those in my game. You're not allowed to breathe. Every time you even think about hitting a CS, they're looking to get high level. Which is good, it's a good learning experience, you know? Tibbers is just... I think any champion that has these, like these, pets, or whatever you call them. Ivern, Warwick, Annie, who else? Who else has like a little pet that you summon? I hate them. I really think they're completely broken, especially Yorick. What does Yorick Maiden do? Why is it Yorick a champion? Rework it fast, thank you very much. I'm sick of this lethality Yorick, split pushing my base, one-shotting everything. I can't get out of his goddamn, his cage because no one knows how it works. It's stupid, bro. By the way, you can two-shot, you can auto-attack Yorick cages. But the problem is, like, it's hard to focus and target in a minion line. And then he's got this maid and all these little bloody ghouls running at you that can't be killed, apparently, because they're just so tanky for no reason. Yorick rant over. Annie. We're back. Interestingly, he goes, the stopwatch in his runes. Not many mid laners go for this these days. Usually boot delivery is nice, but Faker just opts for tier 1s early, and then he'll come into the stopwatch. Probably use it once or twice. I wonder... You don't necessarily need to complete the stopwatch. You can just use it... Oh, ultimate? He has flash ignite. I'm wondering if he gets a flash... Ooh. Karma thinks she has a gank. Using this Tibbers to zone. Look at LeBlanc. Look at LeBlanc trying to make in. Faker could even flash Q. Ooh, Nautilus. I like it. Not quite. You could flash Q, ignite LeBlanc. Does he go for it? Nakai all comes through. Everybody CC. Can we get LeBlanc? Legitimately 1 health. You might see Wukong go down here. Sorry, Nautilus go down here. Faker tried. back into the fight. Samira moves in. Gets one. Should be able to get the Wukong. Can't quite get it. These fights are so extended. Pain. Faker will head back. 87 at 10. He's doing pretty good. We need enough for Roa. I don't think he's going to have enough for an 11-minute Roa with only one kill. Only, what, 100 gold from first strike? Oh my god. You can see that stopwatch saves his life there. Let's see what the purchase is. $11-minute Roa. He does have enough. He's not... This, like... You get to this stage in the game as Annie. You got a slight lead. You have a Roa. You are going to be useful for the entirety of the game. There's a lot of other champions. You get to this state and you're uncertain of your future, you know? Case in point, like, imagine you get ahead on something like a Zoe, a LeBlanc. Very easy for them to get on top of you. You get one shot, your damage falls off. Annie with the Tibbers and the stuns and the Perma CC, you're just always going to be relevant for these fights. You can see why Faker's loving the champion at the moment. I saw Bjergsen pulling it out in the LCS as well. Faker actually played it in pro play. Playing a little bit Gragas actually recently too. Very cool. Very nifty. Playing homage to his early days of professional. Which I like. The Mercs come through for the LeBlanc. We'll pick up a plate. Faker has Tibbers again. He might drop it. You can see him contemplating it. He won't have enough for the one shot, but if you can get her out of lane... Ooh. If you can get her out of the lane and you can get some plates, like, it's always going to be worth. Drop ultimate is not as often as possible, but I think drop ultimate, especially for a lot of other players, more often than you'd think. If this comes out, and Faker has no flash, he will go down here. Doesn't panic flash. Has entire team coming through, which is fine. Samira eating some plates bot side. And Jung topside is making me a little bit nervous this game, but I think we're going to be fine. Fed Samira is never a bad time. Speed out of the base now. LP gains on this patch, by the way. I went from gaining... On my main account, I was getting, what, 20, 21 points? I went to getting 31, 32, 33 LP for a win. 20 for a loss. And on win streaks, you get even more. I like the chains by Riot, but I don't see how it's going to be sustainable. Because at the tip top of the leaderboard, where I am, people are going to get 3,000 points, and it's going to create complete... Like, whenever... The elo system, which is what the entire thing is based off, I don't know if it's mathematically ready for the right games to just implement new systems, and it's going to be able to balance itself out. We could end up with such giga hyperinflation of LP you've ever seen, where you see platinum players in Masters, and you see challenges with 4,000 points. I don't know what's going to happen here. And then everybody's going to... If you have challenges... And all these, everyone in Masters and super high, like, you're just going to defeat the rank. I think a challenger, rank 1 player should be around about 1,000 points. I think that's a good goal. And Riot need to try and get inflation in accordance of this and stop giving... LP inflation has been going up year by year. And I know about inflation, and I know a thing or two. Like, we get a team fight, fake up, pumping the Tibbers through. They can't fight on top of it here, but it looks... Like red side make a pretty solid pick. Oh, Ignite. Renekton. Crocodile Renekton, great skin. One of the greatest skins in the game. And Faker has to back up. Lucidity Boots. It lowers your flash cooldown, which is why you buy it. It's nothing more than lowering flash cooldown on a champion that uses flash as your #1 engagement. Samira, you're not superhero. You are dead. Yeah, dude, I think 1K LP should be the number one spot. When you see people at rank 1 and they're 2,000 points, so like really high like that, it's just... I just think that the ladder is off by a lot. Especially when there's a lot of players up there. If there's one anomaly, English? Like Magic Felix something has like 2K and then everyone's like 1.2, 1.1. That's fine. Just means he's that much better of a player. But when everyone's up there, it just defeats the purpose, bro. You got 5,000 Master Tier players and it's just a cluster. It's just a cluster. No swearing intended. As we are approaching the mid game. This could be a long game. It's getting dead even. And it really doesn't look like there's going to be any complete snowballs from either side. Everybody looks pretty even. Hero has the Divine Sundra now, so she'll come back into the game. Mid lane tower popped. Renekton looking for the flank. It's the ultimate. Faker has ult himself. They take the mid lane tower and they kite it out. Looks like he's going to be going for the Hourglass second. You can pop Tibber's Hourglass, control it. It's a pretty solid mechanic. It's not going to be the most damage setup, but it's going to be extremely durable. Only 60 armor. No one really goes Fiendish Codex. Back in my day, Fiendish Codex was completely broken. You would rush the item, stack it, and then
If you want to write high quality, easy to maintain code, type safety is one of the most important things to consider. And with modern tools like TypeScript, it's become easier than ever to create type-safe code. But one area where this has always been lacking is the communication between a client and a server. For example, when you make API requests, the type safety between your API and your client is almost always lacking, and it makes it difficult to make type-safe requests to your server. Now, there are things that have tried to fix this, such as GraphQL, but the main problem with GraphQL is it relies on code generation to give you that type safety, and it also completely throws out the entire REST-based model that we're used to, so it makes writing code a lot harder since you need to learn an entirely new way to write your code. This is why I really like gRPC, because it's very similar to the standard REST practices you're used to, but it gives you amazing type safety, even better in my opinion than GraphQL, and it's so much easier to use. I'm super excited to say that Mailgun is sponsoring today's video. Mailgun is one of the best services to handle emails that you can use as a developer, and I actually started using Mailguns a few years before I even started this YouTube channel, and I absolutely love it. The thing I really love about Mailgun is just how great their API is and how easy it is to implement into your application. and it makes doing anything email related just a breeze. Mailgun also does so much more than just send emails, since you can end time optimization, which just makes sure that your emails are sent at the time that the actual person receiving them is most likely to open them, which again helps with your in the description and the comments for you. Welcome to your Dream Project Sooner, and in this video I want to talk about TRPC and why it's so amazing. Now, TRPC is essentially a library that helps you communicate between a server and a client, generally for doing some like API calls, and it just makes that whole setup really easy, and it also makes it fully type safe. But in order to understand the true benefits of TRPC and why it's so amazing, the best thing we can do is actually look at an example of a site not using TRPC, and then looking at what it looks like with TRPC to see the differences between the two. So I've done exactly that. Here I have two different projects. One is using a normal REST-based structure, and the other is using TRPC, and they're both very simple projects, and they have the exact same code in them. Other than that, one is using normal REST practices, and the other is using TRPC. So if we first look at our REST-based code, what we have here is we have a simple, Express server. So this is Express. Right here you can see we have port 3000, and we just have an index route and a user route for defining our different routes. So if we go here into this index routes page, you can see that we have a route for getting a greeting. So we pass it a name. It'll say hello Kyle, or whatever your name you pass it. As you can see, that's the example we're using right now. This route will just return an error to me, so we can kind of test how errors work between these two systems. And then in this user section, things are a little bit more complex, but essentially we have a way to get a user by passing an ID, and we have a way to create a user by passing it a name and an age. And as you can see here, we have a list of users being stored. Now in our main file, all we're doing is we're using Axios to make some requests to our server, and those requests are going to give us back information. As you can see here, I have all the other requests commented out. I'm just going to kind of quickly go through this application and show you what this does. So the very basic example is a greeting. So we can make a request to that localhost 3000/greeting, which will just bring us to this route right here. And if we do that, it's going to take in a name, which we pass in through the params, and then it's going to return to us some data, which is going to be our result. And if we hover over the result, you can see our const result has a type of any, because our type system doesn't know what the API returns, but as you can see, it's returning to us a string that says hello Kyle. Pretty straightforward and simple, because if we look at this code, you can see it's returning hello and then whatever we pass it. Now, in order to prove that all these different routes are working, I'm just going to uncomment all of this other code real quick so we can see that this is all working. I'll move my camera just out of the way real quick, expand this, and as you can see, we're getting hello Kyle being returned. This is the error message that's being returned, so we can actually see that errors are working. This is querying a bunch of different users. We only have 2 users, so because 4 are undefined. And this is just a user that's querying and querying that brand new user that we just created. Pretty basic and simple stuff right here. So all these different queries are working. Just move my camera back to where it was before, and they all work pretty similar. You do a request to your client, you pass in the URL, you pass it the different parameters, or in the case here where you have a body, you pass it the body, and then it's going to do what you need it to do when you're using like get and post requests to do all that kind of stuff. It's pretty simple and pretty straightforward, but the big problem comes in when I try to change things. So let's comment all this back out so we just have our simple greetings right here. I can come in here, and what if I wanted to change this to say /greetings instead of /greeting? Well, if I run my code, I click save, and I just come over here and I refresh, you're going to notice we're immediately going to get an error saying that obviously this URL doesn't exist. But in my code, I have no errors. There's nothing in my actual code telling me something's wrong. I have to actually run the program, and then I know, oh, this should say greetings instead of greeting, and that's going to work. So if I change this from being a name inside of here to like names, oops, not that one, on this one up here, if I change this to be names, for example, well then now I need to make sure I change that down below. So if I refresh, obviously we're getting an error, so I need to change this here to names as well. So this is where a lot of the problems come in, because there's no type safety between your server and your client. Like I said, this result, we don't know what the type of our result is. We don't know if it's a string, is it a user, is it some massive thing that's undefined? I have no idea. I just need to memorize what my API returns and hope I don't type anything wrong. Or I need to manually type this. I could say result here is going to be a specific type. So I could say like, I could return this as a string. And now I know that my result is going to be a string. So I can manually typecast things like that, but obviously that's not ideal. And that is where TRPC comes in. It takes care of all those things where if I change my route names, if I change my variable names, and it takes care of my typing, which is really important. Now here what I've done is I swapped over everything to using TRPC, and I'm going to go through. We have almost exactly the same files with only one additional file. And you notice the actual Express server itself is very similar. There's only a few changes. As you can see here, we're using this create express middleware function, which we can come in from TRPC. TRPC has adapters for pretty much anything you can think of. If you just search for it, you can see there's a bunch of different adapters that we can use. In our case, we're using an express adapter because we have an express application, but most people are probably going to use React and use this with React. Anyway, we create this express middleware, and the important thing is we pass it a router, which defines all of our different routes, very similar to how we did it in the normal express purpose. And then we have an optional context we can pass, in our case, where we can make an object, we pass no context at all. Now the next thing we need to do is actually create a TRPC object. We initialize TRPC. You only need to do this once in your app, you should never do it more than once. So in a separate file, I've just created my TRPC thing. I called it T, and that's all this file does. It's just making sure I only ever call this init function one time. Then we have our different routes. You notice we have our index route and we have our user route, and a lot of this is very similar. If you look here, we have a two-dot router. This is creating a router for us, essentially just like you would do inside of Express, and we're defining the different routes we have. We have a greeting route, and we have an error route, and then we have some routes for our users. So these are like our nested routes in our case. So at /users, we can get to all these routes. But as you can see here, we have a greeting route, and it is a procedure that just essentially means it's some type of function. We define the input of that function. I'm using Zod in this case as a validation library. If you're unfamiliar with Zod, I actually have 2 full videos covering it. I'll link them up in the cards and description for you. But essentially Zod, we can just define what our input looks like. So we're saying this is an object, that is a name, that is a string. We can even come inside here and have things like a minimum of 3, for example. But in our case, we're just saying that it is a string, super straightforward. Then it's giving us a request object, and this request object has essentially 2 properties. We have our input, which in our case, we know matches this input right here, so we know it's going to have a name like a string. And if we get type safety, you can see that it knows this is a string, so we'll get auto-complete type safety, which is really good. The other thing that's on here is going to be a CTX object, and this is just going to match whatever you pass into your context here. So for example, if I wanted to get a session ID, I could just come in here and say session ID is going to be my request.cookies.session ID, and now every single request is going to get that session ID. But, you know, it's not important. In our case, we're not using any type of session, so this is just an object. Now if we go back to here, you can see that all we do with our request object, all we do is just return whatever we want to send down to the client. So this is really nice because it's a lot simpler than doing like an Express API server, because all we do is we treat this like a normal function. We define the inputs for our function, and then we return a value from our function. And that's how it's going to work. On the client, we're going to call this just like it's a normal function, and that's why it's so easy to work with. Here we have our error. If we have an error, we just throw an error like any other client. That's perfectly fine. Now, if we look at our actual user route, you'll notice that it again is very similar. We have a route for the user route. And then finally, we have a print function. The only difference here is this is going to be changing some data. We call this the validation instead of a tool. Again, we're going to be adding a user, and then we're returning that user back to the client. And in our main.ts, this file is almost exactly the same. All the code down here is pretty similar. The main difference is that we need to import essentially the ability to create a TRPC client and this HTTP batch link from TRPC client. Also, we need to import the types of our router, and that is defined right inside of our index here. You can see we're exporting this type app router, which is a type of our router. So our top level router, which in our case is called app router, it has a type. We need to export that type, and then we need to use that in the client to create our proxy, and that's what gives us that type safety between our client and our server. This type right here makes all of that work. And then, since we defined our route at /trpc, here I'm just adding /trpc to the end. And this batch link thing is really nice. It just essentially allows you to batch a bunch of different API calls that all happen at the same time into one call to the server, and it's going to return the results for all of those in one call. So it kind of gives you some of the advantages of GraphQL, where it does like one call to get a bunch of information. In this case, it's just batching a bunch of individual calls, doing them all at once, and returning all the data inputs just to save you some round trip cost. Now, if we look at our code, the actual way that we call this is a little bit different. We know that we have on our routes a .greeting. So we can use our client and just say .greeting.query, and that's very similar to what we have here. We have a greeting, which is a query. Super straightforward. So we call client.greeting.query just as a normal function, and we pass it our input, which in our case is a name that have, and it returns to us that result. And if you check for this result, is typed already first, which means the TypeScript manager is returning. If I change it to say greetings, and I get this to say, you notice immediately we're getting an error right here saying, hey, this does not exist. There's no greeting. Change this to say greetings. Or if I change this to say names, I'm going to get an error because there is no names property. It is a property of name. So this is really nice. Now we have perfect type safety. And if I want to rename this to say just, you know, greetings, just like that, I renamed it in one place. It's going to rename it everywhere in my application. Now, to even further illustrate why this is so amazing, if we just comment some more code out here, as you can see, if we just take this, let's comment this in. This is me just getting a bunch of different users by ID. So normally this would take 6 different requests, but with the way that the batching of these requests happens, if I go to my network tab, you'll notice that we only actually have 1 request. Let me just expand this super far here. You'll notice that we have 1 request. We technically have 2 because it's doing an options request, just ignore that. But this request right here is a get, and as you can see in our preview, I'll just move this out of the way, we're getting the results for all 6 of those queries happening at the exact same time. So it's batching all 6 of those queries, doing all 6 in a row once, and then returning the data for all 6 at the same time. That's super nice, and it's so much easier than having to batch that all at once. And it just saves your users a little bit of bandwidth, which is really cool. Another thing is, if you want to do a mutation, it's super simple. All you do right here, you just do your normal thing. So client.users.create, that perfectly follows our .users.create. We're doing a mutation, which directly maps to that mutate function right here, mutation. And we're just passing in the data that we want, and it's going to return to us whatever that mutation returns, which in our case is just a user. If we give this a save, you can see it created a brand new user for us. And we even have the get function right here that'll give us that brand new user. And as you can see, it returns the exact same data for both of those. The real power here of TRPC over something like a standard REST client is it makes it easier to talk to your server because it's just calling functions. That's essentially all you're doing. You're calling a function, and it directly calls the function on your server. At least that's what it feels like when you're writing the code. And it gives you that perfect type safety, just like you're calling a normal function. That type safety is going to be there for you. So no matter what happens, if you change the name of your route and you click save, if you're using that route somewhere, for example here, you're going to get an error immediately because that route doesn't exist. I really love that, and that's definitely my favorite. Now I know you're probably curious to actually check out this code yourself and see how it works between the TRPC version and the actual REST version. I'm going to link the GitHub repository in the description below that's going to have all of this code so you can compare and contrast it. And really, I'd focus on these 5 main files that I talked about in this video. I absolutely love TRPC, and I'm currently working on a full tutorial of TRPC, which when it's done, it's going to be linked over here. But in the meantime,
today, I'm going to be curing someone with total blindness. We will be using a new artificial lens that will give this person sight for the first time. I'm very excited. Remove the swabs. My eyes are a bit sore. We can check back on him later. We still have a lot of filming to do. Go! Clear! Take the surgeon and give B-roll in the rooms down the hall. I need to film the intro. Okay, Jimmy.
Yeah, you just need to decide a couple of release forms to be in the video. All pretty standard stuff. Is everything okay?
Yes, I'm sorry. This whole experience has been very emotional for me. Please sign here!
Are you sure everything's okay?
Double kill.
Hi, sweetheart. How are you feeling? This has all been such a blessing. And your eyes being healed. The producer said that Mr. Beast might even give us a cash gift. He's so generous with his wealth. Truly an angel to our lives. Don't you agree? He's a blessing. Don't you agree, sweetheart? Isn't he a beautiful soul? Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Honey, what's wrong? Get out! Just leave me alone! Leave me alone! Here, have $10,000. Is he up? Is he able to see? Okay, get the cameras ready. I think there's something wrong. He doesn't seem like himself. Hey! Open the door! He locked the door. God damn it. Sweetheart, are you okay? Subscribe to Mr. Beast! Subscribe! Subscribe to Mr. Beast! Whoa! We have to film him! He's an angel, sweetheart. He will give us more than we could ever need.
Oh, Jimmy, look, I'm getting the shot for you. Look at this.
Subscribe to Mr. Beast! Yes, subscribe button!
I want you to have $50,000. Take it. Also a Tesla. Don't forget about the Tesla.
I know how much you need a console on. Oh, this is premium content. Yes. Oh, see the truth. See the beauty I have given you. You can shut our eyes. Oh my God. I don't want this gift. I don't want to see. I don't want to subscribe. Please don't make me. Here, take the picture for the thumbnail. Did you get it?
No, it looks kind of weird, man.
It's fine. We'll just upscale it with AI or something. We'll be fine. Let's go.
Enemy triple kill. An ally has been slain.
Bro, there's I can only speak for this server. In this server, there's very little you can do other than just play it out and run good. Like, honestly, run good. It's so very rare that you have like a huge edge because your opponents are often pretty good, so you're not gonna just like, it literally is just, there's somebody at 10 who's gonna just be sprinting it down. Like, somebody of 10 is gonna be giving up, quitting, feeding, whatever the fuck. So you have to just fucking steamroll. Because if you don't, you start getting shit like this. Where, like, you just be playing and you just DC. You'll be, if you try to break even, your bot lane's 0 and 10. So you're not gonna be able to carry at that point. Because they've already given up. You have to just, like I said, you have to speedrun it. Yeah, you have to play really solid and get lucky. Like, that's basically, like, that's I've always wondered, like, why certain players will just like randomly pop off and solo queue in Korea, is because they're playing really solid and they get lucky. Like, that's it. They just get lucky. No other way to put it. Because you can't sit here and tell me that, like, there's not that kind of variance, because I sit here and I see it. It's what it is. Like last game, we should dominate that game with the lead that we have. Guy just DCs. Like, I'll just take the reset. Actually, no, I shouldn't. I should try to get the pickaxe. If you get tilted and try to basically if you get tilted and give up, I mean that's a lot of the kids here, to be honest. I don't think he expected to be traded into like that. Nice. That Udyr did not even remotely try to play against my parry. Like, he straight up just walked under and hoped that I didn't parry him. Which is hilarious, by the way. He just straight was like, I hope this guy does not parry. I was like, he's not gonna just stun right away. There's no way.
Until minions spawn. Minions have spawned.
Amazing to me how good these guys are at like navigating the vitals versus Fiora. Pickaxe is better. I need to look at what, or not pickaxe, whip is better than Tiamat in this lane. I think the whip might actually be better in those types of spots. What a bait. What a bait. This is like one of those lobbies where like there's not somebody who's just obviously bad that I can see. Well, considering they put a rift up here, I don't feel too bad about dropping tower.
This is what I
go. Yeah, it's easy to talk like this. I should have R1'd right when I saw Diana, because I had a feeling she was going to ult, and then Yasuo can ult off of her knockup. If I was quick, I could have just dodged all of Diana's ultimate, and then Yasuo couldn't have ulted off of hers, which would have been nice. If I'd have just R1'd sooner. I think you get more smurfs in like gold 4/silver because brand new accounts tend to place into, like I said, you start at a silver 4 MMR, and if you win all 10 placements, you land like silver 1 or gold 4. So this area of ranked has like the most smurfs ever. There, I shrouded so he couldn't ult off of that knockup, which is pretty good. Did take one tower shot there. He's doing really good at not weaving into tower on accident, because otherwise I could just blow him up. See if we can bait him. We'll just tornado. He's not gonna try to risk. We can maybe try now. Be nice to have my E ready though. And not have a fat wave. He's like, that was like a maximum range tornado. Like, he lands every tornado at like exactly max range. I guess their bottom lane is doing really well. He has perfect CS too, like 100 at 12 minutes is really good. Wait for a tornado, then we can go in and harass him a little bit. There we go. Oh, I guess Diana's 0-4. Could have gone for a plate, but it's really nice to get the recall while you can, because if I went for plate, he'd come back with full items and for recall, and he'd crash the wave into me. Not really worth it. Like, I'd rather come back with my mythic. Now I can kill him again, and if I kill him again, I'll get plates, because I'm freshly bought and everything. I've got mythic. He probably will too, just because he has like perfect CS. Yeah, he's got his mythic. So we have to be a little careful next fight. Why are we 3-9 diving so hard? Every time I look bottom, we're just like hard diving. I'll break this. At least make him wonder if we're on drive. He's missing, but I don't think he would come down to fight this because like we're all full HP and whatnot. Yeah, he's just gonna hard shove. If we take dragon, he'll just hard shove. That's a good response. I can just E if he dashes. There we go. Now I wait for a tornado, then I can go in. Ah. I did it wrong because I ran out just when he was about to tornado. Like if you E too soon and you still got tornado up, he'll just knock you up while you're mid E. Not worth it. You know, no. He flashed there, right? Yeah, so I can tick that. Means we can probably beat him though. He hasn't ulted yet though. He wind walled before he didn't ult. Watch out for his tornado. Oh no. Oh, it just barely got me. Oh, that was good. I tried to E the tornado, but it just barely hit. And I wasn't in Shroud again soon enough to dodge the ultimate. I like to have Shroud down, I feel pretty safe from the ult, but it takes you like a half second to phase in and out of Shroud. I wouldn't try when he's got shield bow. I'll just turn and burn. We build this into counter that eventually. Did I have Ignite there? I think it came up after I died. If I had Ignite there, we could have gotten him. Yeah, I was pretty sure I didn't have it, but sometimes I'll forget to check. Oh, Diana's top. She probably head top to counter her gank, but I want to kill at least one more. What is their AD carry doing here? What? Get out of here, dude. Somebody invited you. Why is both bot lane here? I think Tristana flashed for that? Not actually that sure. I could have 1v2'd their bot lane because they're pretty behind. Like the Heimer's 1 in 5. But then Diana showed up and I'm like, nope. I was lucky that the E landed on Heimerdinger because if that didn't land, I don't know if I could have gotten out. Yeah, they did, honestly. Tristana ulted. Did Diana ult? I don't know if Diana ulted. Didn't really see. I just saw her in the bush and I'm like, getting out. No plating, nothing to do. Dan's gonna go top with Herald. Gotta watch out for that. It's pink there, but I don't have time to break it. Oh man, they're like 4 top or something. We'll go defend. I probably can't stop him from using Herald to break it. Oh, is he going in? Holy shit, man. I mean, we did okay for like 4v2. Not bad. At least Herald. Oh no, she hasn't used it yet. Damn, she still has it. That sucks, because she can probably get in him. Or Graves can defend against Herald. At least they killed Yasuo bottom. Did Diana ult in that fight? Yeah, she did. So she hadn't before, because she did now, so it was like a minute cooldown. I didn't watch any summon. I've been so bad at watching people summon their spells. Like, not even using this board hardly. Do we need penetration right away? Not really. Actually, I more need the healing reduction for Yasuo because he's the biggest problem. There we go, that's a good buy. He's got shield bow and he's a smurf, so we gotta shut him down. Oh, I wouldn't do that, man. Pretty ballsy. Holy shit, dude. Don't. I wouldn't. Well. Ult now. Good we got that out. Still is 2v4. 3 with Carrick. Also, it's ulted, so we're good. Break the freaking turret. I'm not worried about water dragons, but if it's an opportunity to kill them, that wouldn't be so bad. They got a TP, unfortunately. I wouldn't even... Oh my god, dude. Yeah, it's not worth it. 3v5 for a water dragon. Only the second dragon, too. Okay, now they might actually try for Baron. Or now, they're not even. I'm not gonna go in on that Heimer, he's 1 in 6. Maybe the Tristana? Is it worth it? We got her. Wow, she flashed you and still got her. Ah. Yeah, Yasuo's a little scary, but all of us, okay. I would honestly say Baron here. Graves went bottom, so he's like not keen. That was a really preemptive Taric ultimate, and now we don't have one. He'll just stun me if I go in. Like, Set has like a melee range stun, so you really can't E to him, especially under tower. He also wants to have a play of the game here. 1v4. Okay, now they're all up and they're freshly bought. This is like honestly really bad. if set ults is going to be such a great initiation. And you also can ult off of whoever set ults. Set ult is like a targeted somersault, you know, lift someone in the air and brings them really far away. So you don't want that going on. I should probably buy. I would keep pestering them. You knew that's going to happen. Now they have a bank angle on Baron too, which is like super fun. No, just leave. Just leave. Oh, not worth it. I need this because we need to really win the next fight for Baron. If they do a stupid tower dive, we could maybe beat him here. Thanks for that, going to Baron. Maybe. Freaking let me shroud. I guess Baron's only half dead. We could have waited a little bit longer. Fine fight though. They can't test that. Would be great. Oh, and the Heimer too. Oh, and then we get Baron. Easy peasy. Oh, so close. Twitch's got it. Twitch's got it. Nice. And now we get Baron. I should have waited a bit longer. It was still like 5,000 HP. Just didn't know. I think I saw the Tristana shooting it. Like, oh no. Not how my shroud didn't get placed down. Unless it got stunned like immediately. Was it set ultimate? Is that what it was? No. Oh, maybe the set's done. Yeah. Is done right there. Must have been it. Anyway, worked out.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Oh, our Graves is smurfing too. Nice. That's why. Maybe you guys go home. I actually thought. I like that they nerfed the HP on Heimer's turrets. It used to take so much just to kill them. Oh, he's gonna get that ulted right here. Oh, what? Not really looking for this dude. That's easy. He's the freaking slow on his turrets. Does he have Rylai's? Yeah. Rylai's applies a slow on every spell hit, so these turrets are constantly slowing you. Like the most annoying thing ever. Oh nice, I got her with D. Easy. Alright, it's just Heimer. It's super weak support, so we can probably take mid inhibitor. I still got the blue thing too. Oh my god, the slow is so annoying. I guess yeah, we could just go bottom instead. Just down though. He's got dragon. There's no blue. Kind of wasted time to get the gummies. I should have just recalled right away. It's like, you didn't need my help on dragon. It's nice to get the area experience though, like dragon and baron. I'd say about red buff in a circle you get experience if it dies near you. You don't even have to have assisted in killing it, but just it dying gives you experience up to about here. That's why I kind of wanted to be close to dragon. I got like 174 experience for it dying. It's probably not worth the time to walk over them. Oh whoa, they want to go. I'm a little worried about the set behind us, to be honest. I don't know why also it's just like AFK farming bottom. Got his flash. God, this slow is so annoying on those turrets. And we'll probably leave after this. And take the recall. Probably start getting placed up now. I can't afford it. Oh, that's bad. I should have fought. There's no rush to get top turret, right? Yeah, I've got ult now. Maybe we can do something. No, Russell. Oh, I missed, fuck. Ah, that was bad. I didn't miss Q there. Should have been clean, I think. Well, meanwhile in base. Yeah, hitting Heimer with E felt really good. Get that when I'm up. Need it because that now has Force of Nature, which is like 70 MR and like stacking magic resist, right? What does that do? Oh no, Steadfast is immune to magic penetration, I think. He takes a quarter less magic damage. I don't like penetration won't do anything against that, pretty sure. It's always gonna be really hard to kill him. Diana has Jack Show, which is tanky as well though. Void Staff is just almost always goodbye. Alright, we're going to fight top again. Scan. Oh, I want that AD carry. Yes, I do. They're suspicious because they see that this ward is disabled, but they don't know who disabled it. Oh, there's 2 wards, 3 wards. Bing, bing, bing. Alright. They're gonna see me coming now, so it's kind of like no element of surprise going on here. Oh, the set ult is gonna hurt. Please don't ult the Taric onto us. It's that ultimate. He picks someone up and somersaults them through the air, right? And where he lands is an area of effect damage based on the HP of whoever you picked up. So if he picks up Taric, who has a good amount of HP, 3,500, does quite a bit when he lands with Taric. It's like hurt me a lot. Watch out for that. Who's fighting? Like, what is going on? Oh, I guess Graves wants the freaking 3rd dragon. Nice, bro. 3rd water dragon. Let's do it. Let's not end with re-inhibitors and dying. Then we gotta get the freaking 3rd water dragon. They have no towers. We could probably honestly fight this. I think I need to kill Tristana first. I mean, 3v5 is pretty tough. If we had Graves, it'd be a super easy fight. Our Baron's pretty fresh, dude. Who's dying? What? Excuse me? I literally just need to group up and kill Nexus, dude. this. And ult is still up. That's not good. Oh, this guy wants it? I wouldn't, dude. 2v5? Thing is, this doesn't really stop you from Yasuo tornado because you can't use stopwatch while you're knocked up. Probably still need some armor though. What would that be good for? I guess it'd be good for Diana ult. Thing is, Yasuo is usually gonna ult all Diana ults. Then you can't stopwatch anyway. The Rabadon is just so expensive and there's no way I'm gonna get any money when all the lanes are inhibitorized. Like now all the money is for them. That's why we should have just ended it. The Graves wanted that second water dragon. Oh, now we lost our AD carry, so we can't fight for a fight. Nah, I wouldn't, dude. 3v5 again? Against the tank? Well, there's that ultimate out, which is nice. It's so tanky, man. Oh yeah, that's no good. Oh, we could have just ended it, but instead we wanted the third drag. Now it's going to be a 50-minute game. Yeah, and 3 lanes of inhibitors are so good for them for like catching up. Like that's why this Yasuo has 275, 282 CS, right? Like he's max build almost. Like this Yasuo has way more items than I do because we got all the inhibs. He's already 18, I'm 16. So like, I beat this guy super hard, right, in kills, but he's like already max level, max items, and I'm like 3/4 level, 3/4 items, which is why we can't fight. But you have to just end. If you're gonna commit to taking 3 inhibs, you have to commit to ending, or they're just gonna farm up and come back. Like, you don't take 3 inhibs so that you can just get water drag, like... What are we doing? Oh my god. Dude, our Graves is already 18. He's already 300 CS. Like, this dude's full build. What else is he gonna get? I guess he has one more item to finish, but like... For Water Soul? Are we really gonna die for Water Soul? They're so far ahead of us. Like, I'm only 16. And they're like, we need to get all the water dragons. I shouldn't have gone and fought that. Like, we shouldn't even be fighting for dragon, to be honest. Okay, that's pretty good. Oh yeah, dude, some guys just Tristana's still farmed up. We're just still behind. There's like nothing we can do. Clutch shouldn't have 1v5 that, but we also shouldn't have tried to contest Baron or Dragon when we're so far behind. But we made ourselves behind by taking all 3 inhibs. That was just stupid. I think they can end now because it's so late in the game that respawns like 50 seconds, and they have Yasuo and Tristana. Tristana like melts towers. Her passive bomb works on towers to do extra damage. I'm pretty sure they can just end here. I guess I could have bailed on that play and just let them all die, but then I don't know if I could defend base solo anyway. It's kind of better just to commit with your team, even if it's like the odds are against you. Oh, I don't know why they're doing Baron. They could have just ended. Like, honestly, they still have time. That was such an easy end. They did Baron. Oh well. I don't know why every game has to become Dragon Soul. Like, you can just end it. Such a trap. It's not that they're strong late, it's just that we're level 15, level 16, like they're all 18, right? We're not, we took all the inhibitors. That's 3 mid. I don't know why we're trying to fight Set. He's like the strongest guy in the game. Does he have hourglass? No, he doesn't. I think they just end here. I don't know why we have 3 bottom for Set when they're just gonna end. Like, why are we 3 bottom for Set when they're just gonna end, you guys? We had no middle tower. I don't get it. Holy moly. They're like, oh, just split. And then it's like, yeah, but split like late game. Late game is like, you can just end in like a second. Like, see how quick that was? I was like, I don't even think they were in our base for more than 10 seconds and they ended. Like, we could have done that to them easily, right? They could have done it before when they had us aced, but they went to Baron instead. I think people like way overestimate how much it takes to kill the Nexus. Like, when you have 3-4 down, you can just walk in there and take it. Like, it's not that long. Actually, I'm gonna make some food quick, but I'll be back in like 15 minutes.
to Summoner's Rift. "30 seconds until minions spawn."
It by saying, well, it's actually an issue that all communities have, then now we're no longer addressing the African American issue. Now it's a general issue. And I know that you made the claim that, like, this is not intersectional. But even though I believe that intersectionality analysis is, like, important, you know, because you're an intelligent, I've heard you say this dozens of times, like, different marginalized groups require different solutions for potentially different problems. We can't resolve.
Competition for resources. I think it's a psyop, or something often believed by people with misguided principles. I don't actually think it's real. The trans advocacy and black advocacy hashtags, whether they overlap, intersect, or don't at all, I don't think they're fighting with each other. So I don't think there's any harm in those things being used.
Okay, so I understand that. First of all, I'm reading chat, so
That's
the
always a
original
mistake.
I agree, but like the original hashtag was say their name, and now the Native American community often uses wow, I'm gonna butcher this, but something with Stolen Sisters. I'm really sorry. I was told this by a Native American advocate, and I don't remember the specific name. But I don't have an issue with it being used for Native Americans first. If they had an issue with that, then I would potentially make similar arguments for that. I think what I'm saying is that when you're expressing like a level of dismissal so I feel like my side is saying, hey, you're diluting this very specific cause that we're trying to advocate for. And it's not that we don't care about trans people. We do. We can care about trans people while also understanding that this is about a very specific context of Black women being brutalized by police. And when you're using this, you're shifting the focus, because now the focus isn't about Black women brutalized by police, it's about marginalized groups being murdered, and that is simply not what the slogan is for.
Talk about a focus, but the focus you're talking about doesn't exist. There's no actual crowd of people who are looking at the hashtag being used in the context of Black women, and then their attention got shifted, and somehow this, diluted the discourse. That's not a real thing that's happening.
Okay, by diluted the discourse, I mean that we're now using say her name for Brianna. And Brianna's name is being said a lot, and we're all talking about it. But like a few weeks ago, everyone says her name wrong. Zashi or Zashi, I'm not sure how to pronounce it. That was an American trans Black woman who was murdered, not by police, by a coworker. And we don't know her name, right? That's the exact thing that the slogan is for. Don't you think
it would have been inappropriate to use the term? She wasn't killed by police. Wouldn't you be diluting its original meaning to talk about murder broadly, to say her name was used, rather as an attack on the racist institution of police?
I would argue that to claim that say her name doesn't have to do with the racial issue that Black Americans face is misguided.
Sure it does, but it also has to do with police, a factor absent from the killing of the person you just described. It seems to me like both of us want to dilute the term, but you arbitrarily believe your dilution is acceptable, whereas my dilution is somehow unacceptable.
Well, maybe even if that's true, I find that to be a very interesting statement. I feel like this is kind of a gotcha, and I don't know if I should participate in that or not.
It's
but
not
if
a
we
gotcha.
want to do,
It's you would need to explain why your deviation is justified, but not mine. So I think it's okay to say her name in basically any context that isn't reactionary. And if reactionaries say it, I can't really stop them, can I? I don't mind how people use it. People are going to settle on whatever hashtags they want. You're interested in the purity of it. Not something I go by, but if you are, fine. But you would then have to explain how your impure decision, to include the woman you just referred to, is acceptable, when previously your argument has been about preserving a...
Would you like me to?
Go for it.
Okay, so I believe that if we broke down the 3 categories for, like, say her name, although I feel like I should probably, if I wanted to be more optically effective, I should probably fight the framing that I'm looking for the purity of the term, but I'll go with it. If there are 3 elements to the use of say her name, Black, woman, and police, and we rank them, I assume that, like, Black is a pretty important component, woman is a pretty important component, and yes, police. But if I had to rank them, I'd rank them in that order. So,
do you think the police element is less important than her having been a woman?
Well, I think that say her name was used in African American communities, also for just Black women who were murdered generally, although it's mostly used for police brutality.
It was overwhelmingly used for police brutality. I mean,
I
the
agree.
loudest use of the term was with the death of witness Blankenship. She was shot. She was in the hallway. She'd risen from her sleep. The police fired openly into her apartment building. Breonna Taylor, yes, of course, mind blank, was used most prominently for her. But this was all part of an anti-police protest. Black Lives Matter was about fundamentally police behavior. So it seems to me then that you could actually say that say her name and any associated, terminology is really more about police behavior. And you could say it if, say, an autistic white woman was shot to death for no reason by a police officer, right? I mean, if we're focusing on what matters most, it seems like the police.
Oh, well, I would say that's wrong because say her name has been often used before the BLM protest and before Breonna Taylor for other Black women as well. And as your chat pointed out, since Native Americans have been using this for since at least 10 years to argue that this is somehow new to like BLM or like the recent uptick in interest to African American issues and violence. I don't think that the police brutality is the strongest element, although I'd argue all 3 are pretty important, but say her names have been used, not predominantly, but partially, just for Black women who were murdered and were not properly reported on.
Do you not think you're erasing the indigenous people a little bit? Because what they were talking about with those protests wasn't the police. It was about the abduction of indigenous women from their reservations.
Yes. Whoa, why am I getting pings right now? Sorry about that. I don't feel like I'm erasing Native American women, although they might feel that way, and I'd like to hear the arguments. As far as I understand, the use of it in Native American communities, it was welcomed that Black women could use it as well, and generally speaking... What?
So?
What do you mean, so?
Well, it doesn't really change the argument of dilution, doesn't it? By that argument, you might just say indigenous people are more chill and some Black people on Twitter are less chill. You could be arbitrarily selecting some voices to listen to and some not to. There are probably plenty of indigenous people who would have engaged in behavior I disagreed with. Some of them might have said, no, Black women shouldn't be using this terminology. And I would have disagreed with them, too. My position here is but it's not really going to be respected. indigenous or black people involved, because I don't really care what the people say or think. I only care about the empirical harm done by the use of these tools, and I just don't think anything's being done. I do, however, think that, with respect, this hashtag is actually this idea that in order for a slogan to be used, and by the way, slogans aren't really chosen by forums. They're arrived at kind of, you know, broadly. Processes the idea that we need to engage in a kind of point-by-point breakdown of perceivable acceptability based on what? The concerns of people on Twitter? They get mad at everything. You know, like you could spend all night trying to come up with something that wouldn't offend anybody and you'd still fail. Somebody out there will have some kind of concern.
My point, however, is that, with respect, the reason why we're doing this breakdown is because you had an automatic reaction of immediately dismissing these concerns. So I'm trying to make an argument that these concerns are more valid than you make them up to me, because some people have criticized you, and I think rightly so, that when you hear
When you leave for LA tomorrow night. Running into scout line, man. I don't know why he would sack this now, but okay. Fuck, was that a medevac? 2 factories. This is mech. So we do Roach Warren and Infestors. Wait, what? It's not mech? Oh, one more factory in the armory. No, it's not mech. It's not mech.
I got banned for 12 hours for posting a link that had the phrase "Live stream bells" because someone asked me for
Whoever asked you, report him. Get him banned. I'm not handling these mines well at all. I don't know. It feels like they just mass mines and they don't ever harass, but they just get like these huge attacks and get fucked every time. Like, I have no idea what I'm supposed to do to deal with this. It just feels like there's so many mines. I'm just gonna get, like, fucking annihilated. Did I not get the fucking Overlord speed either? No. Fucking God. And I unhocked all my bands. Because he's low on bases. I don't know how he doesn't have a fourth yet. Oh, there he goes. He's trying to take it now. Oh, good luck. Nope. I just lost all my balance. I don't know what to do. I feel so fucking stupid. He's on 3 bases and he wins. Just took this base too. To aggressively hunt with my mutas. I just have to hunt the mines in advance. I think once he's set up, it's just there's like no micro. It's just there's so many mines. Unranked, so stream sniper, nice. Maybe I'm just unlucky. interesting. Why did he build it? Really? Okay.
Minions have spawned.
Oh my god. I think I've lost. I got lost 2 drones. Oh, 2 more. How much energy does it take for this autistic unit to kill a Zergling? Is it less than 1 energy? That's what it looked like. He's so fucking based. Dude, so good. fucking Archon. Did he even scout my Spire? It costs 200 per second, so it costs 300 to kill one Zergling. Nice. I don't think so. I'm pretty sure I saw it wipe like 2 Zerglings for 1 energy or less.
Wouldn't it be cool if you could film yourself and easily film anything you want? But what if this could just be a means of capturing performance, and you can visualize whatever your imagination wants afterwards? This kind of no-limits creativity is only accessible to films or animations with multi-million-dollar budgets, but it's part of our humanity to try to visualize things that don't exist. Like, let's talk about traditional 2D animation, cartoons. The most creatively liberated medium is also the least democratized. It takes incredibly skilled people drawing every single frame of your movie to make it happen. But I think we came up with a new way to animate, a way to turn reality into a cartoon. It's one more step towards true creative freedom, where we can easily create anything we want. So how do we do it? How do we turn a video into a cartoon? Well, we've been making video where we experiment with AI image processing. This is similar to AI image generation, but in our case, we are transforming images rather than generating them from scratch. So one of the newest pieces of technology is a machine learning process. At its core, the diffusion process lets the computer generate an image from noise, much like how we imagine an image from ink blot or clouds. So if we take a picture we already have and we put a little bit of noise on top, we can have the computer clear up that noise while drawing in new details that weren't there before. It's a lot like looking at a picture and squinting your eyes and trying to imagine you're looking at something else. And if you squint a lot, well, what you're looking at becomes very fuzzy, and you can imagine that you're looking at something.
I wish to hear advice from Destiny on things related to my life. I have ADHD and don't know if I skills. I'm scared of the future. Watch.
So finally, you're like, really be seeing mind-blowing visuals all over the internet. Fortunately, the moment people try to find this video, we can fall apart. Because the first step of the process is to noise up our image. Every single frame ends up looking different, and the video gets super flickery. The very nature of this tech seems to make it impossible to ever work with video. And, well, I nearly gave up on using it. But Dean, here at the Studio Clip, experimented, and he showed that a little bit of VFX problem solving, this might be something that we could actually overcome. Because at the time that Dean generated out and made that Spider-Verse short, and I set off on a personal quest to use this tech to enable me to make my very own anime. So it was time to Sherlock Holmes our way through this and engineer a solution to this flickering problem. And the first clue was Jurassic Park. 6 months ago, a user on YouTube named Pop uploaded an experiment. He had processed Jurassic Park to look like low-poly Zelda. And he used an interesting new technique to noisify the image, and he had achieved excellent results. So I'll explain. Every time you process an image, the noise that you put on top changes. Therefore, the forms of the image get changed every frame. If we freeze that noise, things become a lot more solid in the image, but now it kind of feels like the image is moving beneath a weird warp layer, and the details stay inconsistent. So the new trick used in that little Jurassic Park video is simple. If we can turn noise into an image, let's just reverse an image back into the noise it would have come from. Literally just do it backwards. Therefore, no longer ends up changing the frame, nor is it locked. The two frames are nearly the same, so is their fuzzy, noised up version. And therefore, they get interpreted. So we have one piece of the sound. No more random noise on our ear. So I tried to make my video look like a cartoon, and every frame is being drawn with a different cartoon style. So we fixed one problem just to encounter another problem. Get in? Well, because around this time, style models started creating some amazing diffusion models built completely in different forms. But imagine telling 100 different people to draw a style. And doing it with 100, you have to think God's 900 style sheet saying, draw a cartoon dog exactly like this. The images are going to look a lot more similar. So we had to train our own model, specifically on only one style that we wanted to replicate. Another big step forward, but it only uncovered another new problem. On tests I performed on myself, the features on the face were still changing and jumping all over the place. So the idea hit us. We made a video where we trained ourselves into a diffusion model so that we could tell an epic fantasy story. Why not do that here? Train a model to not only replicate a specific style, but also specifically know a character, me. I traded on images of me wearing the same clothes on the same blue screen background that I was using on the text. And suddenly, boom, everything locked in. The consistency between frames was hugely improved. Well, it still wasn't quite perfect. But we're VFX artists who have worked with graphic video files. Surely, we must have a tool in our arsenal to deal with light. So, we applied the de-flicker plugin in DaVinci Resolve. And set it to remove flickering light. And it was that simple. Suddenly, we were there. It was working. We had a consistent, moving, emotive cartoon character. And we had a
If there's no actual hand-drawn animation or touch-ups here, and this is like this, wait, what was this animation called? This coming from completely just like a video of a person and then being transformed via AI and multiple plugins.
We were there. It was working. We had a consistent movie.
This is pretty insane. It still needs a little bit of work, but...
And it was all just driven with video of us on the green screen.
I think we've cracked a workflow here for getting something that looks like a cartoon, and it's pretty bonkers.
It's working, you know. Yeah. I think we could do maybe a couple more experiments, but it's like ready to rock. I think Nico has figured out creating consistent characters.
Now, because as you've seen on the channel, we have our
Holy shit, that anime physics spinner. That's like a fucking 8-year-old video, isn't it? 5 years.
What?
Yeah, I remember this way back in the day.
But they're all filmed for real because we don't run an animation studio and it's very hard to do so these days. So I've had this idea forever. Anime, rock, paper, scissors. What is the ultimate rock, paper, scissors game? Two thin pieces, born at the same time. You must have decided that day.
You spot more than Marjorie Taylor Greene. Sorry. 45, is this a 25 and 10, do you think? Is this 205? Jesus. That's like Chinese depth and everything. That's pretty strong. Jesus. That's really strong for a woman. Oh my god. She's like on fucking roids. 45, 20, and a 10? Aren't the bumpers are usually like, it's like 10, 25, 35, 45, right? I wonder how much she weighs. She doesn't look like she doesn't even look like she weighs like what, like 110 pounds? Jesus. No, she's probably a little more than that. I don't know how tall she is. I have no idea. She's probably like 120, 125. Scroll up on the tweet. She's doing that cringe-ass CrossFit stuff. CrossFit is cringe because a lot of people do retarded shit. But if you're doing it correctly, like, there's, I mean, like, arguably you can find, like, no, I'm not even arguing. There are some really strong people that do a lot of really crazy shit in CrossFit. The problem is that, like, the moves are, like, relatively complicated, and if you don't know what you're doing, you just run in and hurt yourself like a dumb fuck. But, like, this is really strong. I don't think whatever her routine is doing, is probably not going to be criticized. Just because lifting is literally all mental and soul, very little to do with.
An ally has been slain.
Body, mind, and spirit. Pull up for a woman is pretty insane. She does like 10 reps, like fucking 205. That's really strong for like, I'm assuming she's not like an athlete or anything, right? That's really impressive. How old is she? I butchered that name. Was it 5 reps? At almost 50 years old? And she's 5'3". I'm starting to wonder if she's on gear. We might have found the real trans in the Republican Party. Jeez. That's not even that impressive? That's super impressive. A 5'3" woman doing 5 reps, 205-pound squat? At any age, that would be impressive. Fuck you. At any age, that's impressive. At 50, that's insane. I would almost assume the video is deepfake before believing that's real. That's really impressive. .5'3" is 0 range of motion? Oh, is this where all the 6'2" fucking weak fucks come in and cry that somehow being tall makes you unable to lift, despite the fact that like almost every single weightlifting record in the world, including for deadlifts with a 6 pull off the ground, are all held by people that are like 6 feet plus? Get the fuck out of here. Dude, tall man cope is the saddest. You don't have to lift the weight as far. Okay, bro. And how bigger is your frame? How much more muscle do you get automatically just by being a foot taller? Get the fuck out of here. Go look up the fucking heights for like any fucking world weightlifting person. It's not like it's a bunch of 5'2" like manlet freaks that are dominating it. My mom is 5'2" and 60, and she can do more than green. It's not that uncommon. Okay, G, I'm sure. The only thing she's squatting is down into my dick. wonder if I should just expect a follow-up of the flying ship. Aren't sure people with good leverage at top become stronger though? Absolute strength? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure being tall is just period, like de facto, like a huge advantage when it comes to things like muscle and lifting. It's just full stop. You could, the thing is, just taller people, and you have a larger frame. You just put on so much more muscle. It's like, not to mention the fact that you'll get a little bit of a boost, because if you start the lift as a taller person, because you're starting to look farther off the ground, that means technically you're a little bit further away from the center of mass of planet Earth. So because of the inverse square law, the force of gravity falls off pretty drastically as you get farther away. So you're technically not even starting. So like somebody squatting 205 who's like 6'4", probably squatting like 195 by the time you're that far away from the ground. Here we go.
Destiny 7/11 world record set for benching in different classes is held by people under 6 feet. You are wrong in shortcutting.
Stay mad. Weak tall man who has no excuse to be as weak as they fucking are. Stay mad. Imagine being tall and weak. Yikes. It's like the worst of all worlds. You can't fit in cars and you can't pick them up. Unbelievable.
puts an absolute shambles of the reality of their failures.
Any news on if you decided to do a kick thing? I'm waiting on Train for an offer, but I don't know. We'll see. What? Oh.
Watch your head torsos, the door frame is kinda low. You need help lifting that box.
Seriously?
I'll carry it for you. Just grab it for me off the top shelf.
You're gonna talk to Adam, he keeps talking about you.
Yeah. I think probably sometime soon. Is he in LA right now? Swarm has evolved. What the fuck evolved? Oh. Did I make a fucking spire out of it? Jesus. Creep spread not too good this game, guys.
Okay, bro, I'm ready to offer you a deal, but you got to promise me one thing. We're not going to live stream yourself getting hit. Like, bro, what the fuck? I did say I hate censorship, but I draw the line at 2 consenting adults getting it.
First blood.
He must be attacking? Yeah, he is. I think the investment in the early dropship harass was fucking way too big. For how little damage it did.
Shut down.
I don't even know how many fucking mutas I lost. I thought the bounce would kill. Oh.
An enemy has been slain.
Destiny, my bro. What's the most interesting book you've read?
I'd say probably your mom's autobiography. Oh wait, was that flags? I'm so sorry. I'm in the middle of a game right now, okay? If that was Lex, I'm truly sorry. You know what? I'm not sorry, actually. I bet your mom would make a sick autobiography. Christ. Grandmaster's is available 100. If you oh, I bet that's just a default ship and it's not fucking loading. Oh no, wait, this is for Archon. As long as you stay in contender, you can't you automatically get in, right? I need like 1 or 2 more rounds. I fell out of contender. God, this fucking guy again. Is this guy sniping me, or is he just grinding right now? Are there like, I feel like there's like 6 people that play this fucking game right now. You have the skill switch, just a matter of time. Yeah, but the problem is tomorrow I leave for LA, and then I'm gonna be gone for like 5 days, and I don't know if I want to grind this game when I get back. It's not a sniper, that's the most standard looking. No, I played this guy like 4 times. Always Destiny going to fucking LA. See you later, fucking retard. Don't email from them. It's because I'm going on a vacation. All every single time I travel. There's a ton of vacations. I've had fun vacations in London and Austin and in New York and everything. It's all vacations. Level 30 for cannon. He's not cannon. It's gonna be fucking ridiculous. And probably some air shit. He may not have been aware of why you were going. Oh, I told him why I was going. Just go have an awesome, fun fucking vacation. That's all I do.
Enemy has been slain.
Just fucking fuck my shit up, fam. Actually, like the lowest fucking IQ shit possible. Always Protoss. Three games in a row. So fucking retarded. Once the GM shit opens up for the contender, can you get back in contender, or is contender set until the next day? Do you know? Buck or whatever the fuck. Oh fuck. So next time I'll just do the play again. So it's impossible for me to get in now. The next like 5 games in a row, there's still slots open because I fell out of contender, right? There's just to be spots for them. Reaper or like more than one Hellion? Or just some weird shit going on? Wait, did he pick that up? Oh, or actually, I probably killed it because they reveal themselves once they fire when they don't have upgrade. think this is 2 base. So it should be over, I think. It filled up instantly? Okay, well. I wonder what the lowest one got in was. 48, 41. I should have just queued. I gave an instant working value. Stupid. Remove map bans and you'll get more varied opponents. Yeah, but I feel like it's better to just get rid of my lowest percentage win rates. It's probably better to play the same people and just learn the people. Like, I know this guy's blocking, so I'll just make this right now. What race do we play the most? Ignore Exert? I don't know, probably Protoss.
Never thought I'd miss Factorio, but at least you could hold a conversation while playing that. You're not even saying anything racist. Who even are you?
Listen, the whole sub cried for StarCraft 2. They hated Factorio. Here we are. Don't worry, you guys are the masters of choosing the content you want. Couldn't you at least invite Lav to chat while you play? Listen, I've been DMing Lav like crazy and she just ignores all of it. Trying my best, guys. I'm sorry. I wonder if I should cancel that. I don't think I ever save it. Oh wow, he just... okay, interesting.
I like the SC2 stream smiley face.
I think it's gonna be Baneling soon. God, I forgot I even built a spine.
DGGL. Fuck all the flowers saying Factorio is better. This is some good content. Fuck the new frogs and the subreddit. They act like they are fans, but they're just fake Destiny fans that act like they watch him. That's why they ask in the comments about War 24/7.
True. What the fuck?
Until minions spawn.
Holy shit, the cheese, what the fuck? Oh, I did start that. Wait, what the fuck am I doing? I'm losing my mind. What? Did he scout something? I am so lost. I don't know how to understand anything in this game.
Try a melee with a friend at a techno club soon. What's the best dose to start with?
got 15 for Are you playing music without copyright? Because I bought the copyright to every single one of these songs. Oh, cool. Time number 6 for this guy. Feels good. Blind counting it? No, he just always does like a cheesy 2-base solo. I'm surprised. I think he already sent his probe home. He's not kind of rush. He's brought another probe. It's actually unfucking. everything counters, every single thing I do. So nice. Yeah, those outrange me? Of course they do. Why wouldn't they do? Epic. I think Protoss is the only race in the game that can like trade gas for minerals. I'm not terrible. So good. Such a fun time. I accidentally made Corruptors thinking they were a good anti-air unit because, you know, they only attack air, so my bad.
Since I've watched it at least. Yeah. Yeah, like I forget how bad it is on rewatch, you know? Sure.
That's how. That's and if we disagree on that line, that's fine.
No,
but I think colonized people have to have the right to what to do about it.
No, I agree that the ethnic did indeed participate in the colonization, but I don't believe in taking blanket retribution against people for their bloodline. If they're associated with the
It's
bloodline.
not about.
Well, yeah, it is.
It's about moving away from the people who oppress you. It's about taking your power back from people who oppress you.
Yeah,
That's what I'm
you
saying.
can do that without deportation.
That context is the lens where you analyze that. I'm sure some people think so. And I'm sure some people have found that they can. You know what I'm saying? It's very different in each country, in each context.
You can do that without deportation or creating an ethno-state. In fact, I can't really think of a single time in history that ethnic... It's so fucking crazy that people treat her like it was me forcing her to say this. Like, so many times I've heard people say, like, oh yeah, basically she just, like, stumbled and Vosh, like, bullied her and kept asking over and over and over again. Like, she didn't really say that. He just kept trying to, like, force a conclusion and, like, twist her words. And she's, like, openly, like, fucking Kyling over here. This empowerment is improved through the initiation of genocide. Or like mass deportation. It seems like, if anything, it's an act of retribution. That people would go, oh, well, since we were the oppressed for centuries, now we have the right to enact moral vengeance against you and remove millions of you from the country or something. And that just seems to me, I mean, not only are you basically being the villain there, it just seems to me like this is a really impractical way of fixing it. Like, what's, like,
I mean, I think that's fair to say. Like, that you could say, like, wow, like, mass deporting millions of people is, like, not really useful or helpful. But I also think, like, when you look at people who are working on decolonizing, like, that's not necessarily what's happening. People are just trying to, like, get the people who have power over them to leave. And I think in that context, that makes sense insofar as you're trying to break down power structure. That's where I stand on it.
If they want to leave, that's fine, but I don't think any ethnic group has any more of a right to a country than any other ethnic group. I don't think any racial group in America has the right to decide whether they want to live and never.
So, like, to clear back to government's views on this, like, you don't think that we should give the land back to the people?
If that involved deporting the people who live here who aren't indigenous, then God knows. I don't think we can fix one genocide as another. I think there are ways to address the problems with, like, Native American people here today, involving, like, land redistribution, like, reparations and stuff, but it involves, like, I feel like I was really on point in this conversation, man.
I mean, I think it sounds pretty bad. I don't think indigenous people are trying to do that. And at the same time,
notice how she keeps doing this, by the way, where she'll defend ethnic cleansing, and then I'll be like, okay, but I think ethnic cleansing is bad. And she'll be like, well, I don't think land back activists are trying to do that, which I agree. Real land back activists don't, in fact, want to do genocide. To fearmonger that they do is a kind of white supremacy. Professor Flowers does want to actually do that. She's not a land back activist. I agree.
like,
Yeah.
these are the people who are colonized, and they have to have their own autonomy to decide what happens after being colonized by people.
Well,
and again, I don't
limits,
think that's
right?
the solution for them.
Well, within limits.
I
I
think
mean, they couldn't
should
go
get
like
to decide
we get
those
to kill them all.
limits.
Well, wait. If Native Americans
Yeah.
wanted to start like taking out a blood debt on white people, I don't think they should be allowed to just start killing us, right?
I mean, I don't think they should be allowed to start killing people. What I'm saying is, like, they should have the right to decide if the colonization should continue, if the people who should stay here or not.
What do you mean? But where's here? The whole of America? Do we deport 1/3 of a billion people back to Europe or something? I mean, we'd cause like a worldwide catastrophe so that what? A few million people can re-inherit the land. I like the logistics of this seem really odd to me. Shouldn't we talk about ways that you can pragmatically address these issues and not like just give massive moral leeway to people just because they're oppressed? I don't think being oppressed means that you have any more. I shouldn't have kept talking here. This was a big mistake for me. I should have just said, so you think Native Americans should be able to deport 1/3 of a billion people back to Europe? My problem here is that.
Cool. If I take, ooh, this is actually really easy. Super easy. His bishop in c7 is handy. Yoink. That's mine, my man. This game is over. Oh no, you're just another brick in the wall. Another brick in the wall. All in all, you're just another noob. Damn. Turn, you gotta be fighting. What I take here from? We don't need no education. Dark sarcasm. Now he's just despairing. I've seen this before in Chelsea. This is just deep despair.
Maybe today's resolve Maybe the result of your lesson of today is just like, be a good conversational.
Oh, that's key res right there.
Like read and like learn things.
That's when you're talking
and,
that's when you're talking to real quality girls.
Develop conversational skills. It doesn't even need, you know, every person likes to have an interesting discussion.
Yeah, but you're talking about quality women.
Well, even
What if you're on the spectrum?
even like lower quality women like to have interesting discussions, even if it's harder for them to participate, or like you need to have like a lower level discussion or something. Like they'll still appreciate it.
Talking about these hoes, okay? Talking about these hoes.
Mine's there. Checkmate on H6.
We don't need no, it's a two move checkmate. So knight H6 and then rook F7.
How do you do it, Quest? How do you just
You
bring
can
up
always go to
something?
H8 though, that's the problem. Yeah. Oops.
Oh, my bad.
No, that's alright. There's another two-step. Knight can now come. Knight from F5 comes here, but then the king can come down. So it's a little frustrating, but it doesn't matter. Game's over.
How do I do what, Emmy?
How do you just have an interesting conversation with someone? Because, like, do you
Also,
just
like-
bring up something?
I sit here on the internet a lot and I have these conversations with people and I develop my ability to have conversations in the future, right?
Oh.
And then, you know, on the date, she asks, you know,
practice makes perfect.
What are you looking for? And I say, you know, well, I like to have interesting conversations with people, you know, first and foremost.
That's what Lex Friedman, did you see? He's basically saying he'll have a meeting with anybody. Did you see that?
Who?
Lex Friedman.
That's cool.
The guy who I mentioned is 100x that of Destiny.
Right, I know who he is.
Yeah, he said he's like giving out a like form that you'd fill out to meet with him. It's really interesting.
Cool.
Dog sarcasm in the classroom. Hey, teacher. Leave them kids alone. Alright, another easy victory.
Yeah, I said that I just like talking to people, and then they're like, "Oh, what's something you like to talk about?" It's like, "Oh, I can talk about, you know, anything. I'll talk about morals and ethics and politics, psychology, whatever you, civil engineering, you know, whatever they find interesting." This girl in particular, she wanted to have a discussion about morals and ethics.
Interesting. I feel like I also want to have that with people, but I don't know how to bring it up. I usually have very deep discussions with people, don't get me wrong, but it's usually because you're in a bar or something and you overhear people discussing something and you just like insert yourself. And I have like deep discussions like that, but I find it hard to like bring it up. Like I don't even know how to do it. I am actually kind of autistic though.
You kind of have a superpower here. I don't know if you knew this. I don't know if you knew, but you're actually a woman. So all you need to do...
Exactly, I never had to learn these skills. It all just...
Well, no, all you need to do is you need to be like, "Hi, do you want to talk about this thing?" And people will be like, "Sure, we can talk about that thing." And then you just start talking about the thing. And you know, people will be like super lenient because you're a woman.
I do it sometimes, like about chickens or something, but it just ends up with me just talking about something.
Well, you want to try to make it something that they might be interested in talking about as well. So it's helpful to ask if there's anything they've been thinking about.
That does make it easier, but you do not want to, like, you don't want to depend on that.
Somebody in the YouTube chat just said, "Ask your Discord opinion." architecture. Isn't it 3n+1?
Yes.
I know that one.
Okay, Riz, listen, if you go up to a girl in a bar and you ask her that, it's not gonna work, man. Just like, do not do that.
I know that one because I've seen the Veritasium video.
I think that entry level science is okay. You cannot walk up to someone and ask that. Like, you're just gonna seem like a total dighead. Like, oh, I bet you don't know about this, but I do.
I love the educational YouTube videos. 3n+1 is half of it. Okay. I don't know what that's
No, it's literally called the 3n+1 project. Whoever's saying that is just
popping. Yeah, I just have, lots of topics prepared at me so I can talk about anything with anybody. And I have really wide, generalized knowledge.
Yeah. So you have like a kind of a list pre-made of topics that you can.
I know the tiniest amount about like everything, so I can have like a basic conversation about it.
Yeah.
Nobody I'm gonna talk to, okay, I have a friend who's like a PhD material science student, right? I could not talk about material science with her, right? But in every other topic, she's gonna be a layperson. Any other topic she'd have an interest in, she's gonna be a layperson. And I could probably talk about most of those topics with her, because I have like a tiny amount of knowledge. And she has a layperson's amount of knowledge, right?
I think we're super similar. I have like the exact same thing. Especially when I go out, and there's a lot of students in my city, a lot of like uni people. And like for everyone's course and everyone's trajectory, there's like very ample knowledge that I probably do have about that. I often have like so many questions for everyone, and that's why I'm able to talk to so many people.
Hey, Martin, could I get next game? I'm about, I think I'm on 1300. Rating.
what time control you want to play.
Probably not anywhere.
Okay, just challenge me after this game.
Man, these people. YouTube chat is just. Let's get some highlights here. This guy said, hey, disembodied voice guy, do you think we are experiencing the technological singularity as proposed in Ray Kurzweil? I don't think any women are going to ask me that on a date, so I don't care. It's that simple. That is not part of my mythology. I don't even know that shit. Mo had a good one once. He talks about tech trees to filter out men who don't play rough. Who's this gay guy talking? Okay. They're gonna, yeah. Yeah, that's a good one. This guy said, yeah, they're gonna ask you about your League of Legends, right? That is what we're gonna ask me on the first day. That's why I put so much time and effort into that.
I can play ADC.
One sec.
I know lots of women who play other ones. You gotta get you a girl who can play carry. You guys know what I'm saying? Get you a girl who can do both.
An enemy has been slain.
Huge mistake. It's about moving as fast as possible. Grizoid. Okay. Is this the first time you're playing a light chess? Yeah, I usually use chess.org. I want to go on you. country later this year.
Your team has destroyed a turret. Unstoppable.
Queensland and Italy is fine as well. I go there so often.
Princeton's the best.
Hey guys, it's Soul here. Today I'm finally going to answer the questions that we've all been waiting for. Like, I'm literally not stop asking this question. Soul, what do you think about the Brilliant Soul rework? This rework sucks. Why did they have to change it? He was one of the most skill-expressive champions from doing things like this. To this. Actually, I think I'm strong enough for this guy. I think I just sit here. Huh? Oh, I won. Not to mention that all of the work I have done trying to master every single Krebish micro, macro in the 2,000 games that I have played him is now completely wiped from the game, and now I have to start over, which is exactly why my match history looks like this.
They ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine, but you just can't get into it because they would never understand.
Now, that's probably the answer a lot of you guys were looking for, and quite frankly, maybe a little bit of that rant is true, but that's not the whole story. Don't get me wrong, I've been having a blast playing this champ over the past couple of weeks. I put around 60 plus games now on him, playing from like gold to master elo. The way in which you approach fights is both interesting yet frustrating. I went from figuring out how to outplay my opponent from movement and spacing to, well, this. This is not the Brilliant Soul that we once knew. Instead, he has shifted to a hyper carry mage where positioning is still very important. His landing is probably the most frustrating thing as an ASOL to be before the rework, as he's now usually just conceding prio on most matchups and not interacting with anyone until about 15 to 20 minutes when he starts to come online. But when he does come online, you start to find yourself having fun. Every time I lock in a Brilliant Soul, I feel like I have to sit in a 15-minute cutscene until I come online, unless some random skirmish happens early where I get kills. But hey, that's a scaling champ for you. With that being said, Aurelion Sol is arguably in a better spot power-wise than before the rework, not to mention his pick rate has skyrocketed, giving Riot the opportunity to sell more skins, and people just play the champ more, which is an obvious positive business-wise. On the flip side, I went from getting my champion every game to never being able to pick this character. Wait, this guy banned Nibby. I think people are jumping to conclusions in terms of how OP the rework is. He's currently sitting at a 48% win rate, D2+, which is honestly pretty bad, but he has like a 52% win rate in silver. This is probably just due to ASOL being a pretty easy champion to learn compared to like other newer champs. And in lower elo, people just do not know how to punish his weak early game and stop him from scaling. But hopefully his pick rate / ban rate dies down in a couple weeks once the hype is gone. So in conclusion, of course, I miss my old dragon, as I'm sure a lot of you miss him as well. But let's be honest, pre-reworked Gorilla and Soulmates, we are just a very, very, very small percent of the league population, and our opinion, quite frankly, does not matter. I still do think the Reliant Soul rework is fun and a strong champ, but I really don't think he is as fun as the old Reliant Soul was to me. I'm sure a lot of people might disagree with this, which is perfectly fine. I'm still going to try and make this champion work and become the best I can with him, and who knows, maybe in a couple hundred games I'll find myself enjoying him as much as I did with the old dragon. I just wanted to make this video to be transparent with my audience on how I'm feeling about my champion. I'm still gonna make videos on Aurelion and give it my best to have fun with him, but who knows, maybe when it comes down to it, I might have to rebrand myself under a different champ. If this ever does happen, I hope you guys support me in the content I make, as this is still my dream to be a content creator, but me having fun playing the game is still very important to me. Again, these are just my thoughts 60 plus games in, and everything can be subject to change, so thank you guys so much for watching, and let me know your guys' thoughts in the comments below.
interpersonally, one of the best ways to deal with a reactionary is to be a little bit incredulous at the audacity.
Riot has removed all, like Riot has removed so much skill expression this season in jungle. With basically jungle role is you can play any fucking champion you want because your item in jungle, the pet, is just making you clear anything. And not only that, there is no skill expression via kiting camps anymore. It is extremely easy to do 3 camps into gank. Jungle XP is completely out of place. You can go 2 levels down, then you do 1 full clear and you're even level. Like, the catch-up XP in jungle is absolutely absurd. That's why you see so many junglers in pro play pick Wukong, do 3 camps, gank a lane, or pick Sejuani, do 3 camps, or pick Maokai, do 6 camps, like level 4, and then gank a lane. The most junglers just pep bot lane because they're just dogs to bot lane, because bot lane is the most broken role in the game. And, you know, do the Jakes, which they give crazy amount of stats. People still don't seem to realize how much, you know, Jakes have value, and this is jungle role in a nutshell. You see players like Kangen, who are known for, you know, very innovating pathings, very innovative gameplay, maybe even surprise picks to just see him play Wukong against Sejuani the whole season and do what everyone else does, because there's just simply nothing to innovate in this role. And that's my jungle rant. Amazing role, right?
Dude, if you don't know how fucked up this game was already, look at this account. Howells told me, he DM'd me on Discord, he's like, you can duo unranked accounts, 1 game. From any elo. So even if you're like Diamond 1, you can duo an unranked account for like your Master Pro, unless you have like an easier game. So look at this. 1 sec, let me ban something. Alright, look at this. So this guy's account's like Shed or something, I don't know. Ani Hunter mains Shaco, also plays Vlad. But the guy he duos with is a Shaco player, so it's probably his own account. I don't even know, like his friends on his account or something, but either way. Master Tier is playing ranked solo in gold games. So this is so he wins his Master promos, because I mean, yeah. He's playing against gold players as a Diamond 1, like not like a, these aren't Smurfs. These are actual gold hard stuck players that he's playing against. Because if, like, see how every account there's a new Shaco on, because they just buy a new account and go a 1 unranked game, I'm assuming, is what they're doing. Yeah, look. He buys an unranked account and plays 1 game and just drops it. So he buys like... I could probably at rank 1 if I bought 200 unranked accounts. Actually, I'd be like 0% lost to Masters like I've already done before, but yeah. That's crazy this shit is. How fucked is this company? Diamond 1 playing in Silver 2. Let's see this guy's win rate. Okay, well this guy has a higher win rate, but like the other ones? Yeah, I think they're kind of hard stuck, man. It's crazy.
Summoner's Rift. Seconds until minions spawn. Minions have spawned.
In this video, we're going to look at 3 stories involving caving that went horrifyingly wrong. The first story involves a particularly gruesome incident, even for caving. As always, viewer discretion is advised. 1975. On May 11th, 1975, Bill and Joe were making their 4th visit to an opening known as Dig Spring that they found in the blowing air. This meant there was likely some underground labyrinth below that had yet to be explored. As experienced cavers, there was almost nothing more exciting than this, so this 4th trip was another attempt to dig out the entrance and see what was below ground. And on that 4th visit, they had come prepared. This time they had a winch and cables to pull a large rock from the entrance. From an alcove about 8 feet wide and about 6 feet high, 2 large boulders lay across the spring, blocking the opening. In the past 3 visits, they tried using a sledgehammer to break apart the rocks or wedge them away from the wall, but these had almost no effect. That's why they figured they'd try winching them out of place this time. They started by digging an area around the boulder to minimize suction from the mud surrounding them. This would also help them find a solid area to place the chains to winch these boulders out. As they were doing this, Bill started sort of digging wildly and got carried away and started digging away from the base of the boulder and more toward the right wall of the alcove. As they worked, Joe absentmindedly thought to himself he hoped the wall wouldn't topple over them as they were digging. About a minute or 2 later, he saw some crumbs of dirt roll down from the side of one of the large blocks and looked up, expecting to see someone standing above them on the small cliff. Instead, just as he had worried about, a massive 3-ton block started toppling over directly toward both men. In a split second, he jumped as far as he could to the other side of the alcove, and as he did this, he yelled to Bill that it was following it to get out, but Bill was crouched right at the base of the wall. He had just a split second to make a small move to his left before he was hit by the boulders. The whole stack collapsed and made a horrible ripping sound as it did. The bottom boulder was stopped by another outcropping, but the upper boulder slid right off the lower one and impacted the right side of Bill's body and knocked him to the ground. Once the dust had cleared, Joe got up and looked over at Bill and saw that his shirt was in shreds, his shoulder was bent at a horrifying angle, and there was a deep gouge in his arm that went right to the bone. Bill just muttered that he thought he was going to black out, and then Joe ran off for help as fast as he could. He found the nearest person and asked them to call an ambulance, and then grabbed some clothing from his car and ran back to the cave entrance. He spent the next 40 minutes keeping pressure on Bill's wounds and talking to him to keep him conscious while they waited for help to arrive. First, they had to dig his foot out from the rubble before they could finally get him on a stretcher and then to the hospital. He went on to have 5 hours of surgeries to help repair broken jaw, broken shoulder, broken forearm, and all sorts of nerve, muscle, and blood vessel tears in his arm. The surgeon would even say that the injuries were as bad as any he'd seen from survivors of mining accidents. But despite how bad it was, they did both consider themselves lucky that Joe had seen the crumbs rolling down. If he hadn't seen them, they would have no warning, and it's likely that Bill would have been fully crushed by the 3-ton boulders. On March 16, 1960, at about 10 a.m., Gerald, Ronald, Andrew, and Michael entered a cave known as McPhail's Cave through the Axe Shack entrance. This consisted of a fenced-off sinkhole with no trespassing sign, and in the middle, just a little medium-sized hole in the bottom. This then opens up further to an 8 by 15 foot pit that's around 45 feet deep. At the bottom of this pit, a second fissure opens up into another 40-foot pit, but this one is only 2 feet wide at its widest. This then narrows further to just 1 foot or less at the end. Finally, at the bottom is a little crawl that connects to the main passages to access the full cave. During rain or wet weather, a small stream runs into this pit and forms a waterfall about 10 feet below the top and flows through this crawlway. That day, although there was still lots of snow and ice on the ground, it was above freezing, causing one of these waterfalls to form. After several hours of exploring, around 1:30 p.m., the group decided to call it for the day and headed for the exit. As they made their way to the crawlway, they realized there was a lot more water coming through, and the waterfall was considerably larger. The already normally wet pit was much colder and deeper and much more challenging to navigate. After struggling for what seemed like forever, Ronald managed to make it up and was told by the others to go for help right away. He got to a nearby farm and called 911, and at about 3:30 p.m., firefighters got to the entrance of McFinn's cave. A fireman was then lowered into the upper pit by Andrew and Michael to help with the ropes. Ronald descended as well after that and started passing the rope to Gerald, who was the only one left in the lower pit. By then, he had been pelted by the frozen water for some time and was calling for the others to be lifted up. Ronald came back up and told them that he passed the rope to Gerald, but couldn't tell if he'd been able to tie himself off. By this point, Michael and Andrew were also getting hypothermia, so they were assisted out and then taken to the hospital. At the same time, the firemen pulled desperately on the rope, which they weren't even sure was tied to Gerald. They pulled it until it was taut and then tied it to a tree. Then a fireman went back down and tried to squeeze into the lower pit, but was unsuccessful. He was able to get a look at Gerald and saw that he was on the rope and he had been lifted up and wedged in the narrow section of the pit. His helmet was tipped forward and the water ran over his face. The fireman spoke to him, but his voice was weak and he was weakening by the second. About half an hour later, at around 4 p.m., the fireman was pulled out and rescuers went to look for a smaller person to go down to hopefully be able to squeeze into the lower pit. At the same time, everyone else piled logs and shoveled snow in an attempt to reduce the flow of water down into the opening. Finally, at 5 p.m., a local 17-year-old volunteered to go down to attempt to rescue him. He was given a wetsuit, fixed with a harness, and then lowered in. On this first attempt, he got caught in the path of the waterfall and was asked to be pulled out because of how quickly he was cooling down. Rescuers pulled him up and he spent some time rolling out by a fire and then agreed to try again. This time, he was lowered all the way to the bottom and managed to get a good look at Gerald. He tried to move the rope around to free it and allow Gerald to be pulled out, but this didn't work. Then he asked everyone to lower Gerald down a little bit and then pull him back up again, but because the space they were working was just a foot wide, he kept getting wedged and couldn't be pulled up. Finally, another local boy was lowered in, also in a wetsuit, and was able to get all the way down into the second pit with Gerald. He saw that Gerald was completely white and stiff, but he was able to guide his body out of the narrow section as they were both pulled up. He was finally retrieved from the cave at 6:10 p.m. and examined by a doctor. Horrifyingly, the doctor found that he had already been dead for almost 2 hours due to hypothermia. At just 13 years old, Gary Marr from St. Louis, Missouri started getting into more and more serious trouble. In the past couple of months, he'd fallen into a crowd, he started wandering off at night and not coming home, and eventually started to have run-ins with the police on a regular basis. Despite his mom's effort to discipline him and keep him out of trouble, the situation kept getting worse and worse until she was at the end of the rope. The area that they lived in as well wasn't a great neighborhood with lots of crime and poverty, and she worried that if she didn't get her son on the right path soon, it might set the tone for the rest of his life. Eventually, things escalated to the point that he was forced to go to a juvenile detention center for troubled youth known as the St. Joseph's Home for Boys. As hard as it was for her son to be sent away, she knew that the situation was out of control and hoped that this might be the environment that he needed that she was having a hard time providing. For the time being, until he straightened out, he would only be able to come home every other weekend. A few weeks into his stay at the boys' home, there was massive and record flooding across the Midwest. In just a few weeks, the flooding had resulted in dozens of deaths, billions of dollars of damages, and left 30,000 people homeless across the country. And a few weeks into this flooding, there seemed to be no break in the rain and in the forecast, despite all the damage it had already caused. With St. Louis sitting along the Mississippi River, there's already a flood wall in place, but because of how severe the flood was, it had breached the wall at several different spots. It took cleanup crews and city workers days to brace and block off certain areas, but eventually they were able to reduce the overflow significantly. By then, it seemed like everyone in the city was either mobilized to reduce the flooding or suffering the effects. One of the city's water treatment plants was even knocked out, resulting in thousands without clean drinking water for some time. Finally, though, there was a break in the rain and the boys' home was able to get outside and take the kids to the nearby Cliff Cave County Park. Over the course of a 3-day period, several groups of the 50 or so boys in the home were taken to explore the park and the historic Cliff Cave within it. Just west of the Mississippi River, Cliff Cave is the longest in the county with close to a mile of surveyed passages. The large mouth of the cave is found at the end of a ravine, and there's a small stream that disappears inside this large opening. This mouth is also set into a cliffside and has an old brick pillar that divides the opening into one large side and one smaller side. This brick pillar is a glimpse of the colorful history the cave has had over the past couple of centuries. Starting in the late 1700s, the cave was used as a tavern for French fur traders and trappers. Then, during the American Civil War, it was used as a rendezvous point for Confederate soldiers. A few years after that, it was turned into a natural wine cellar by the Cliff Cave Wine Company. The cool but moderate temperature inside made it perfect for storing up to 100,000 gallons at its peak. It was around this time as well that the brick pillar was constructed at the entrance. Eventually, it was sold by this wine company to a beer company, which used it for similar reasons. Then in the early 1900s, it became a place for criminals and outlaws and was given the nickname Jesse James Cave. During this time as well, it was briefly used by the mob to discard dead bodies. Finally though, in the 1970s, it was bought up by a conservation branch of the government and turned into a regular old park open to the public. At around noon on Friday, another group of boys from St. Joseph's got to the park just like the other groups in the past few days. Gary was a part of this group, and in total, there were 16 boys between the ages of 7 and 14, and 4 counselors to look after all the boys. When they got to the park this time though, there were signs posted along the road that said that the road was closed. Not realizing that these signs hadn't been up in the previous few days, and with it being a bright sunny day, the group continued past the signs and along the pathway to the cave entrance. The reason that those roads had been closed was that there was some additional flooding in some of the low-lying areas of the park. Thankfully though, this didn't affect the cave at all, so within no time, the kids were climbing around on the rocks and exploring the large entrance. After some time playing around, one of the camp counselors, who is an experienced caver, asked if some of the boys want to go explore a little deeper. With them being as young as they were, of the 16 boys, only 5 wanted to explore any further. The rest of them saw the dark, narrow opening and were not at all interested. Gary, on the other hand, wasn't afraid because 2 of the counselors would be with them, so he volunteered, and then the group split off from the main group and entered the main tunnel. From the large opening, the cave narrows into a single walkway about a person's height and slowly narrows even further from there. Eventually, there's a fork off from the main passage, and several side passages open up into a winding network of tunnels. As the boys got deeper in, the small stream running along the bottom slowly crept up until it was about ankle height. For a while, this level didn't change at all, but as I'm sure you're expecting by now, soon the water began to rise. On that Friday, sometime after the group had gone deeper in, almost out of nowhere, a torrential downpour started outside. Initially, the group only noticed that the water was getting a little higher on their legs, but soon, water was pouring in from the ceiling and down the walls, creating literal waterfalls along the passages. The kids screamed out and the group started running for the exit, but then a 5-foot wall of water came from the opposite direction and swept their feet from under them and carried them back into the darkness. They all struggled to keep their heads out of the water as the current carried them helplessly and battered them against the walls. Outside the cave, the sky had opened up just like it had the past few weeks, and soon the mouth of the cave was swarming with water. Unbelievably, after all of the flooding and rain in the past few weeks, and despite all of the damage it had done, there were still more. And after so many weeks of this, the ground was completely saturated with water. It just couldn't absorb anymore, and as it fell, it washed downhill and inevitably to sinkholes and sumps that littered the area. Unfortunately, this meant that the cave filled up much more quickly than usual, on top of the fact that the amount of rain in itself was excessive. The group outside the cave saw how quickly all of the water was draining into the area and climbed up out of the ravine to higher ground. And as soon as they were clear of the mouth, they contacted 911 from the safety of their vans. The rain had just started around 1:45, and then just 15 minutes later, the flash flood burst through the area. Within just half an hour, rescuers all descended on the cave while the other group waited anxiously in their vans, parked along the access road. Tragically, right at the mouth of the cave were 3 bodies tangled together in between some trees. They were floating in debris and wrapped in tree branches and other stuff that had been washed in by the water. This left just 4 more somewhere inside Cliff Cave, and their hope of finding any of them alive now was completely shattered. At around 6 p.m., they made it into the mouth of the cave and started traveling through the waist-deep water in the corridors, looking for any other bodies or survivors. The water was still much higher than it had been that morning, and it was difficult to wade through the sunken passages. Then, another 1,000 feet in, they found a 4th body. Using stretchers, they carefully transported the body back out into the heartbroken parents outside. And rescuers would travel the entire 5,000 feet and back multiple times, but all they found were some t-shirts and shoes. At this point, they started to consider the possibility that some of the bodies might have been flushed out of the cave and down toward the Mississippi River. This prompted them to walk the water's edge for another few hours that evening until the search was finally called off for the day. The experienced cavers who were brought in to help with the search were not hopeful about finding anyone alive. That night still, many of the side passages were still flooded up to the ceiling. They have to wait until the following day for the water to recede to access these areas. In particular, there was an area that was completely flooded, known as Drapery Crawl. This passage is just 2 to 3 feet high and requires that you crawl along your stomach for up to 45 minutes to get through to the other side. That night, the water was all the way up to the ceiling in Drapery Crawl. The likelihood of someone being alive further in was low, and it was expected to just be a body recovery. The following morning at around 9 a.m., police and paramedics and cavers were all back at the cave and in the freezing cold water, ready to find the missing group members. They made their way back to Drapery Crawl about an hour later to find that the water was low enough that they could search those areas. They continued into a small side passage, and then they heard a noise. At first, they thought the noise was coming from the searchers back behind them, but then they heard it again. The little voice of Gary Marr somewhere in the darkness. After the crawl, there was a little room about 10 feet wide and 3 feet high, with a little pocket in the ceiling. Gary was up against the wall, standing on a little ledge with his head poking into the pocket. He called out to them and they ran over and got him down and onto a stretcher. They covered him in blankets, and then finally, after almost 24 hours spent in the cold darkness, he was brought out and into the sunlight. The ledge that Gary was standing on was just a few inches wide, barely enough to stand on, and below him was the cold, receding water. If he had slipped, he would have probably died of hypothermia long before he was rescued. Incredibly, despite everything, Gary was just happy to be rescued. They got him some food and took him to his mom, but unfortunately, no one else would be as lucky. Searchers were finally able to access the full length of the cave, and about 300 feet further from where Gary was found, they found the final 2 bodies. So out of the 7 that had entered Cliff Cave the day prior, Gary was the only survivor. Perhaps worst of all were the events that Gary conveyed when he was finally asked about the day prior. Shortly after the group was hit by the rushing water, they were pushed under and fully submerged. Gary got pushed under as well and held his breath and waited until his head was above water again. As soon as it was, he took a quick breath and then got pushed under again almost right away. This happened over and over, and saw that the other kids that were with him were doing the same. He heard their screams and their panic and remembered that his sister, who was a lifeguard, told him to try to stay calm if he was ever in a situation where he was close to drowning. This was the only thing that kept him calm and gave him the presence of mind to feel out for the walls or ceiling or anything else to grab onto. This is when he managed to find a little crack that he grabbed onto and pulled his face out of the water and up to the ceiling. As he desperately held on, he heard one of the other kids scream that he was too young to die and sat there terrified, knowing that there was no way to help them. Not long after that, the scream stopped. In those first few hours, he clung onto the wall to keep himself out of the water and slowly moved his way up as the water receded. Horrifyingly, he felt things bump into him in the darkness and knew that these were the bodies of his dead friends floating around in the water. He spent the next 20 hours alone in the darkness on this little ledge. He even heard the rescuers the night before get close to where he was and saw their flashlights in the distance. He screamed out to them, but because of the sound of the water, they weren't able to hear him. You can only imagine how he must have felt when he didn't hear them anymore and didn't see their flashlights. Then finally, after a long, cold night, he heard them again, and that's when he was rescued. Following the events of that day, Gary's mom decided that it was time for him to come home. Not only was she just terrified that she was close to losing her son, but she obviously no longer felt safe with him at the boys' home. It was a fatal mistake to enter Cliff Cave that day, and supposedly, someone in the park would even come by and warn them of the rain in the forecast, but because they went in anyway, it cost the lives of 6 people. Hello everyone, and welcome to Scary Interesting. If you have a story suggestion, feel free to submit it to the email found in the description or the Scary Interesting subreddit. Thank you all so much for watching, and hopefully I will see you in the next one.
In mid-2018, 29-year-old Grant was unemployed, living rent-free in his parents' guest house in the rural village of Chuliota, Florida. He had not once lived on his own and had recently been kicked out of an anesthesiology school for lack of attendance and also fired from a job as a nurse for stealing medication. It was around that time when he decided to experiment with the relatively new realm of online cam sites. These platforms differ from regular porn sites in that they are interactive. Instead of watching a pre-recorded video, users can solicit live performances from models in exchange for money. This allows individuals to watch whatever acts they want, but at a price. Using his brother's credit card, he browsed through multiple cam models, spending an average of 20 minutes on each one. Yet it was on the 5th of June when forensics discovered he came in contact with a performer who went by the stage name of Sylvie. And over the following 6 months, Grant would spend over $200,000 of his family's money on this one model. The entirety of his father's life savings that he had saved up from working as a pharmacist for over 30 years was gone. He had spent $60,000 from his brother's credit card and had also taken a $65,000 loan out on the house. When his family found out, instead of calling the police, Grant was sent to a behavioral rehabilitation facility for online porn addiction.
The more we try to run from shame, the stronger it becomes.
When Grant got back from rehab on January 4th, his father presented him with a 2-page list of rules he was required to follow if he wanted to continue living at home. One of the conditions was that he cease all communication with Sylvia immediately, but it took just 3 weeks for the family to discover that he had broken the contract and re-established contact with the model via Twitter. On January 24th, when Chad Amato got home from work, he reportedly confronted Grant over his disregard, and the two of them got into a heated argument which almost turned into a physical altercation. Grant was then kicked out of the house, and for the first time in his life, he was on his own. Shortly before 9 a.m. the next morning, police received a call from Cody Amato's girlfriend, alerting them that he had failed to show up to work that morning and hadn't responded to multiple phone calls. They arrived at the residence at 9:17 a.m., and once knocks on the front door went unanswered, they were able to gain access with a knife via the back entrance. Chad, Margaret, and Cody Amato were all found lying dead on the floor with gunshot wounds to the head from a 9mm handgun. Grant became the immediate prime suspect, as a witness statement from Cody's girlfriend advised police of the confrontation that had occurred the night before, as well as the collection of bizarre circumstances that had led to that point. He was traced to a hotel in Orlando.
You're being cooperative, sir. We appreciate that. Some similar county detectives want to talk to you, so we're going to get the handcuffs off of you.
Nothing in your pants, correct?
It's just a normal routine when we encounter someone that we want to make sure you're safe. Now we know you don't have any weapons, we'll get those restraints off of you. We're confident you've been cooperative, everything's good, so we appreciate that very much. It goes a long ways.
He immediately agreed to accompany them to the police station and sit down for an interview. Reports stated that he wasn't made aware of his family's demise, nor was he advised as to what the purpose of the interview was for. Grant himself didn't once inquire, just reportedly sat silent in the back seat of an unmarked police car, staring out the window for the entire journey to the police station.
Did you know the water then? Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Did you get a what? Coke or anything?
No. I'll hold off on that.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Eva.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm here.
Immediate back entrance. Chad had been from collection of bizarre circumstances that had led to that point. He was traced to a hotel in Orlando.
You're being cooperative, sir. We appreciate that. Some similar county detectives want to talk to you, so we're going to get the handcuffs off of you.
Nothing in your pants, correct?
It's just a normal routine when we encounter someone that we want to make sure you're safe. Now we know you don't have any weapons, we'll get those restraints off of you. We're confident you've been cooperative, everything's good, so we appreciate that very much. It goes a long ways.
He immediately agreed to accompany them to the police station and sit down for an interview. Reports stated that he wasn't made aware of his family's demise, nor was he advised as to what the purpose of the interview was for. Grant himself didn't once inquire, just reportedly sat silent in the back seat of an unmarked police car, staring out the window for the entire journey to the police station.
Did you know the water then? Thank you, sir. Thank you.
You gotta walk through Coke or anything?
No. I'll hold off on that.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Eva.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm here.
Just to restate, he has not been told, nor given any insinuation as to why he is sitting inside an interrogation room, and has not once inquired himself.
Hey, we really appreciate you coming up here with us. And if any time during this you need to stop and go to the bathroom, want a drink, thing, just let me know, and we'll be happy to get you. My name is Danny Anderson, and I'm a deputy Seminole County Sheriff's Office. Is Eva.
The investigator's initial plan is to establish a friendly connection with the suspect, which can often be a highly effective tactical procedure to elicit a more detailed discourse. Yet on this occasion, something seems to get lost in the endeavor, which you'll just have to see for yourself when the time comes. This is one of the most fascinatingly aggravating interrogations to ever be released into the public domain.
So we just want to talk to you a little bit, and we'll get this in, out, be on our way. Okay? Full name?
My full name is Grant Tiernan Amato.
What is there any special nursing degree? What you do, or?
I mean, I have like other certifications, but I mean, with that, like I primarily worked in the hospital for I think 5 or 6 years. Well, I was accused of grand theft of the third degree back in June of 2018. There was no evidence ever presented. All the charges were dropped. I had been applying for jobs for the last couple weeks. I'd gotten like 3 or 4 callbacks, and then I went on a job interview yesterday for a home infusion nurse job.
What time was your interview yesterday?
It was scheduled for 10. I got there at around 9 in the morning. And then I think we actually had the interview at about 9:45.
How'd that go?
I mean, it was all good. They didn't have anything. They said that they'd probably be getting back to me by Tuesday or Thursday this coming week.
Get you back to work?
Yeah, because, I mean, it's like it's a crappy world when, you don't have any money, you can't do anything, so.
Financially, how's the nursing what you did? I'm sorry, I just don't know that much. She knows awful about nursing. The nursing, how does it pay? How does it pay?
I mean, if you work your standard 12 hours a week, you get anywhere between, I'd say, $45,000 and $55,000 a year. So, I mean, it's not bad. I think my best year, I made like $55,000.
55.
Because I rarely worked overtime.
Right.
When I was just, because I had the whole plan of going to graduate school, so I was just kind of using it as a stepping stone for that time.
Just to pay the bills to get you where you gotta. Gotcha. And what you were going for, what does that pay?
Nurse anesthesia pays, I mean, base like about 150 up to 175.
Okay. High school, where'd you go?
I went to Timber Creek.
How were you raised?
High school and the first 2 years of college, I was ABC. I was in honors in the major program for UCF. Girlfriends. I had, like, my high school sweetheart girlfriend for about 5 years. And then ever since then, no, like, official girlfriends, no flings or anything like that.
Dates here and there?
Dates occasionally, but, I mean, not really. Kind of focused on, like, just getting through the life goals that, I wanted to achieve.
What do you like to do?
What do I like to do? I like to watch anime.
What is it? I'm sorry.
Sorry.
I don't know what it is.
I mean...
I thought you said MMA. I'm like, okay, and then when you started explaining to it,
I mean, I guess it's animated. It's like cartoons, I guess you could say, but it's Japanese cartoons. It is in Japanese, and then they subtitle it. Yeah.
You speak Japanese?
I was gonna say, do you understand?
I don't. I understand a few words. We actually just went to me, my brother, and one of my friends, or I guess friends from high school. We went to Japan.
In fact, how long have you been out of work?
I've been out of work for 6 months, since June.
How did you pay? That's a lot of money for to be out of work.
My brother.
Oh, it is?
Yeah. I think the only other game that we really played was Fortnite, but then that was starting to get to, like...
That's a big deal right now.
Yeah.
The younger
kids are all over it.
And actually, during the time that I was that I wasn't working as a nurse, I tried to do the whole Twitch streaming thing.
What is that?
I'm
sorry.
No.
What kind of where you have to explain a lot of this to us?
With Twitch, it's you got your mic and then you have your face cam, and then basically people are just watching you play whatever game you're going to say that you're playing.
Okay.
On virtual reality, it was primarily just Beat Saber. So it's like a rhythm-based game, like Guitar Hero. Apart from that, we really didn't get into too many other games yet, 'cause we were
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. "30 seconds until minions spawn."
kind of just focused on Beat Saber. But I think we had downloaded a few other where it's just like you're going through like a world and you can interact with the world or something like that.
Close with your brother Cody? Let's talk about Cody.
Oh yeah. Me and Cody.
Who's older, you or him?
He is. I'm the youngest one. I'm 29. He's 31. Okay. My oldest brother Jason is 35 or 36 now.
Talk about Cody.
Cody. You know, we decided to go to nursing school together. We decided to go to the nurse anesthesia school together. So a lot of people thought that it was weird because we did everything together and because we were so close, but yeah, I mean...
Yeah, a lot of people understand the bond of brotherhood.
Yeah.
The true bond.
And I mean, during like this whole time, I mean, kind of like with just a few examples I've given you, he would take care of everything.
Always there for you.
Yeah.
Always there to support you.
Always there. Yeah, did everything together, connected at the hip.
Ever any issues really with him?
No, like I was saying, during this last 6 months, it had been a very trying time. He would like have his moments where he would get extremely upset. Like you know, he never gets violent, I guess you could say. But like at one point he got so upset that he like pushed a cabinet and then it like dented into the wall. Yeah, I mean, at least with me, he's always been like where he's there for me. Like whatever it takes, regardless of what's happening, I'm gonna take care of it for you. My mom has
It must have been a bizarre sight for the detectives to witness, when a man who had just allegedly shot his mother in the back of the head gave a reminiscent smile when she was brought up in the discussion.
She's always been the, kind of like Cody, she's always been the one that focused on me, and,
Were you the baby? You were truly the family baby?
For my mom.
So that she...
Yeah.
Okay.
For my mom.
Mom's favorite?
Yeah. You know, countless times my dad would like come up to me and he'd make like me feel like he'd try and use things and word things to make me feel guilty so that I would, you know, do everything that I can, like his job.
Almost like a motivation.
Right. And he'd tell me time and time again that, you know, you're her favorite. I mean, she would do anything for you. And, I mean, it's like, yeah, I don't need to hear that. I mean, that's not what would motivate me. But no, with Mom, I think we yelled at each other a grand total of like 3 or 4 times my whole life. Never any issues. I mean, it was always, like, if there was somebody that I could talk to and, like, Cody wasn't available, I'd always talk to my mom. I'd always let her know what's going on. Yeah, I mean, she would help me out through anything.
Okay. Tell me about Dad.
Dad, Dad's a pharmacist. He works for CVS. He's been a pharmacist for, I think, 35 years or so. My dad was a very, like, angry, violent type person. Overbearing. You know, like baseball practice, it'd be like 4 or 5 hours, and he's hurling the ball as fast as an adult can. And we're like 7th, 8th grade trying to catch this stuff.
Belittle you?
He would belittle me when I was younger. The problem, I guess, was that I was always like the jokester, the one that could calm everybody down, make everybody smile. If there was a heated situation, I could say a joke or something, and that'd make everybody kind of move past it. And I was just in the point where it's like, you know, I'm hearing, you know, all this stuff from Dad. I'm seeing how much Cody's helping me. You know, Mom's stressed out with her job, and it's like I'm not doing anything.
When's the last time your dad put his hands on you?
The last time my dad put his hands on me would be, I'd say, kind of the middle of December of 2018.
What happened?
It's because, you know, with all the money that had been getting spent and...
Just to be clear, the CAM model has not yet been brought up in the discussion. The money being spent, in this context, would simply be his living expenses.
I guess just the mix of everything that I've been saying kind of boiling up in him. And the fact that I was, to him, it seemed like I wasn't concerned about it. So, and then plus I was, you know, I wasn't acting like myself with the jovialness and, you know, all that kind of stuff. My father chose to admit me to like a depression or an addiction clinic or something like that in Fort Lauderdale called Cornerstone.
When was that?
That was December 22nd.
Okay.
Until I think January 4th.
Did you agree to go?
I didn't, but they said that, you know, this was your only...
Who said?
My dad.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did your mom agree with it?
My mom and my brother both agreed, but it was my dad who was like the iron fist, like, this is what's going to happen. Like, you know, he can't...
Why did he say you needed to go? What was his reasoning?
Because with the way that I was acting, he didn't see that I was doing anything for like the positive. You know, and a lot of it just came back to money with him. He would like allow me to spend money that he had, like with his credit card or something like that. But it's like then whenever I did, it was like a huge problem.
Okay, so you had one of his credit cards?
Yeah.
And what were you doing?
Well, what I was doing is, over the past 4 months or something like that, I've been talking to this woman online. She's, as embarrassing as it is, she's a cam model.
A what?
A cam model. Do either of you guys know that?
Nope. Just like all the videos, you have to tell us.
A cam model is like it's like a virtual girlfriend, I guess you could say. Okay. Like that type of situation. So a lot of the money went to her.
Okay. Where's she?
She lives in Bulgaria. Over in Europe. It's like outside of Germany.
Okay. You ever been there?
No.
Okay.
It wasn't that serious.
Okay.
So what would you give her money for?
Just for like time online with her. Yeah. So it was just like that type of thing.
And what did she charge?
$600 for like 5,000 or something tokens or something like that. So, and then it was 4 hours a night. So I mean that's basically just where all like the costs went to, was you pay real money for the tokens, and you use the company's digital currency for that.
So you do this, and when did you meet her?
I met her at the beginning of July. Yeah, at the very beginning of July.
Okay, and still talking to her?
Still, yeah. I mean, more just on like Twitter, like just through direct messaging. Again, cell phone service doesn't work, so it's like I can't use the chatting like that.
How much do you think you spent on this? Because it seems kind of pricey.
Yeah, probably close to like $200,000. I'd say.
$200,000?
Yeah.
And where did money come from?
Money came from me, my brother, and then my dad.
Did they know where the money was going to?
They didn't know that it was going to a cam model. I was saying that it was going towards my Twitch streaming, like advertising, like putting my name out there and that type of thing. So I guess to like bring it all back with why I was brought to Cornerstone, it was a mix of all of those things. It's like he felt like, you know, he felt like, yeah. And so then I was there, you know, I spoke to like the therapist and psychiatrist and all that stuff. I didn't need any medications for anything. They had analyzed it as this is an isolated event. You've been out of work, you have this PTSD from the whole getting arrested thing, and I mean, the last thing on my record was a speeding ticket back when I was at UCF. They had signed me up, I think, to be there for 60 days, but then I was only there until January 4th, so...
Who paid for that?
My brother, Cody.
What was the cost of that?
$15,000.
So their final diagnosis to you was fine?
That I was fine. That...
Didn't need to be there?
Yeah. That I was fine. I told them all about, like, my living situation and how it had been stressful, and then it got better, and then now it's just stressful again. But they had all just said that it was just this isolated event.
Situational PTSD from...
Right. When I got back, that's where my dad started to get really kind of overbearing. And, I mean, rightfully so. I know what I did. But it's like with him, it was every single day, hours a day. He'd come home from work, and then he would just talk to me just about the same exact thing over and over and over and over and over again.
When was the last time you and your dad did have, a heated conversation?
It would be Thursday. Because one of his rules was that I wasn't allowed to talk to the woman anymore that I had been talking to. But I guess you could say behind the scenes, my mom would let me talk to her through her cell phone using Twitter. So yeah, anyways, on Thursday, he had apparently found out that I was speaking to her again. You know, it wasn't really my intention to continue talking to this woman, but it just kind of happened. And then because there was like that emotional connection, I guess you could say, between her and me, like I like, you know, it felt like a relationship. You know, I didn't want to just stop cold turkey on it.
So Thursday, you're home all day?
Yes.
With your mom? She works at home?
Correct, yeah.
Your dad's at work? What's his normal work hours?
He works until... I think he had to go in early that day, because he had to start like doing overtime or something like that. And he normally works though from like 5 or 6 in the morning to, I think he gets home between like 5:30 and 6 at night or something like that.
What time do you go that?
He got home at like 5:30, and then he came in and then he asked me in a calmer state, I guess you could say, like basically the leading question of, you know, why do you think we're about to have this conversation? Giving me, I guess, that opportunity to be honest and truthful, to maybe tone it down a little bit. I, of course, did what I always did, where I kind of didn't admit to it. And then he came out and he told me that I'd been doing that. Yeah.
Have an argument?
Yeah. He kind of, you know, pulled me up from the couch, and then he was yelling at me to pack my shit up and just get out of the house. That he was the one who had to be the hammer, and that, you know, why am I making him have to go through this, and all this other kind of stuff. I had my argument, and then I'm packing my stuff, I'm, you know, taking it out to the car. It took me like a couple hours to get as much as I could, and I got into there. So I left. And then 9 or 9:30.
He goes on to state that he met up with his brother soon after on the side of the road.
And what was the conversation?
The conversation was basically that he was brought up to speed, you know, and that he would take care of it.
He was brought up to speed by what?
This is Grant attempting to frame his brother for a double murder-suicide. You will see this quote brought up repeatedly from this point forward.
He was brought up to speed on, like, why I'm out here.
Who brought him up to speed?
My mom.
Oh, so she talked to him?
Yeah.
He told you that mom had talked to him?
Right.
Do you think that's why Cody left work?
According to Grant, Cody had left work a few hours early to meet up with him on the side of the road. Cody had indeed left work early, yet it wasn't to meet up with Grant. It was later proven that while Margaret Amato was sitting at the computer sipping on a glass of red wine, Grant shot her in the back of the head. He then lay in wait for his father to return to the house, then shot him twice in the head as he entered the kitchen. Cody then received a text from his father's number, asking him to come home urgently. Forensics believed that he was very likely pleading for his life soon after he entered the front door. He was found by police with a gunshot wound to the face, lying in the fetal position. His credit card was stolen, with a purchase made to a campsite for $600 and estimated 30 minutes later.
I mean, in my mind, I was just thinking, oh, he had been let off work early like three times already. So
10-15 minutes you talk to Cody. You have a conversation, and he leaves to go home. And you leave to go where?
And then I stay in that general area, just so that if anything happens, somebody like knows where I am. Yeah, I mean, I was staying in that general area, and then I decided to go to public.
He just referred to the public supermarket parking lot. This is where he used the free Wi-Fi to log on to the campsite with his dead brother's credit card.
Which was about what time?
Like, between like midnight and 1, I think. Yeah.
And you go to public midnight 1, and how long did you stay there till?
I stayed there until like 7.
Slept there last night? Talked to anybody?
I messaged the girl that I'd been talking to on Twitter. Yeah.
On Twitter, so you have to pay for it.
Right.
Did she respond back to you?
I think once.
The discussion is then brought back to his last meeting with Cody.
And then, when you left Cody, what did he say he was going to go do?
Cody said that he will take care of it.
Take care of what?
Just the situation that we got in with whatever he had been updated with in that moment.
Did he tell you what he was updated?
He had told me the reason why, like, I had been kicked out. But he really didn't give me that much dialogue, like, about that situation. You know, he was miffed a little bit because, you know, he had just gotten off work and now he has to go deal with this.
But what was your demeanor? Like, what did Cody see you as? Like, were you
like scared?
Upset?
Yeah, like I was scared because, I mean, like I said, it's the first time that I had been out of the house.
We come and talk to you. You know that you're voluntarily. You talk to us.
The detective will now initiate the first confrontation.
Why do you think we're having this conversation?
I honestly don't know, but I'm pretty freaked out at this point because, you know, it's, I mean, I know, like, how the situation was when I left.
You're now about to see the lead interrogator's attempt at getting Grant to confess, in a manner so blatantly obvious that the suspect immediately sees through it.
As a child, we're told the truth always is the best thing to do, correct?
Correct.
You agree with me?
Yeah.
And accidents happen, and things in the heat of the moment, things happen that we wish hadn't happened, but we make, I do it myself sometimes. My kids will make me so aggravated, I'll snap at them and then walk away and say, wow, I wish I would not have done that. That's not very important to snap at my child for something. Yes, they're wrong, but I should be the adult and not snap.
Right.
Tell me what you think, because I can tell by, I've done this for a long, long time, and I read people the way they talk to me and the way they answer questions. There's something you want to tell us. I can see it in your eyes, I can see it in your body language, and just the way you act. Now's the time. Now's the time for someone to want to get off your chest and give us an explanation of what's bothering you. Now is the exact time to do it. And I'm giving that opportunity right now to tell me something you want to get off your chest. It's there. I can see it in your face. I can see it in your eyes.
Kept out about that night.
You're upset about it. You've been that since we've talked to you. I can see there's something's been bothering you. Even though I don't know you from Adam's house, can't you see things in people that something's really bothering this guy? It's not that, you know, I spent a bunch of money I shouldn't have on this girl. So be it. You did. It's over with. Money can be made back. Something's bothering you.
I'm just worried about what is all transpiring from this.
I think at this point right now, to be honest with you, Grant, you know what it is. It's in your eyes. Your eyes is the beauty of your soul, and it's in your eyes. And it sounds stupid, and people don't believe it. Like I told you out there in the car, did I not tell you? You may not like what I say, but I'm going to tell you the truth. I'm going to tell you the truth every time, because I can walk in front of anybody in God and say, I don't care. I told him the truth. Me and Eva knew everything before we asked you. Now's the time to come to Jesus and be honest. If you're holding something back, I can see it in your eyes. People don't believe that the police will help you, but we are actually going to help you. I think something happened. You don't want to tell us, but right now is the time to get off your chest. And I really wish you would, because it will make you feel better.
I genuinely don't have anything else that I can say about the night or, you know, the period of time afterwards.
There's only one opportunity. Make that that good impression. And two, if we've done something we shouldn't have done, you fess up. You call your hand in the cookie jar.
Detective Dan's approach here is so incredibly outdated and predictable that it actually seems to boost the suspect's confidence. It's the detective, in fact, who gives off a nervous disposition. He'll begin stumbling over his own words while simultaneously mixing up his analogies, which never made a great deal of sense to begin with.
Now,
is there anything else that happened at the house that you didn't tell us, that you've left out, or we haven't asked you, that would be of importance? Or during the time that you drove around for those few hours? Did you ever really go back to the house that you haven't said anything about?
You'll also notice the female detective interject with something useful every now and then. But unfortunately, she's not the one leading this interrogation. That would be the detective who keeps bringing up Jesus, to a guy who just murdered his family to go jerk off in a parking lot to a Bulgarian cam model.
I know things that you don't know. And honesty will get you all the things I can do for you, to be honest. I can't deal with someone who lies to me, but I'll deal with someone and help them till the end. No matter what, believe it or not, that's just me, and she'll tell you, it's what it is. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to say if I can do something that can help you, I'm going to help you, because every one of us make mistakes and do things we shouldn't have done in the heat of the moment to protect ourselves or to protect somebody else. It happens. Now's the time. Now is the time.
So what do you think
To be
happened?
honest.
I think that there was something that obviously happened at the house.
Tell me what happened.
I don't know what happened.
I know better. Listen, I know better. I can help you, Grant. Honest. I can help you with honesty.
We think something else happened before you left the home that you're either afraid of or embarrassed to talk about. But we need to know exactly what happened, because like Danny said, we can place you there at certain times. And so we need to know what happened before you left that house, because you didn't leave with everything being okay.
I honestly, I don't have anything else that I can really say. I mean, I don't know.
Do you even know why law enforcement got involved? Like what brought us to that line?
No. Once you start telling me something that's truthful that I know, then we're going to have a conversation of exactly what happened.
I mean, you're a smart guy. You know something's happened at your home. You have law enforcement here. You haven't heard or gotten any
Well,
emails
I
from
mean,
your family.
I'm just scared as to what the answer is.
Well, you need to help yourself by filling in the blanks of what happened that night so we can give you the answer. Did anything more happen with you and your father besides him grabbing you up from the couch and yelling at you and kicking you out? Anything at all? Did he harm you, hit you,
No.
draw any weapons on you?
No, he didn't do anything like that. I mean, he was just yelling.
This is the time of Jesus, to be honest, because you know more. I'm looking in your eyes tell me exactly that you are hurting inside. I get it, brother. I get it. You're hurting.
And this is the
You're
only
scared.
time we can help you.
Because once we get to a certain point, there's nothing I can do. It's in the hands of who has it. Nothing I can do. Honesty is always the best policy. You get caught stealing a car, you admit to it, I did it, how can I get help? What can be done to help me? And let me tell you the rest of my story. You're holding
And if
back.
something happened that you were defending yourself, then we need to know that. If you were protecting yourself because you were in fear, then that makes sense. But we need to know exactly what happened for you to protect yourself.
You can't minimize this. Once, a wise man told me one time, once a bomb goes off, you can't defuse it.
The detective's wise man friend was clearly a specialist in nuclear fusion, yet most people would already comprehend that a bomb can no longer be defused once it has exploded.
You can't. That's already out there. Now is the point to say, how do I put Band-Aids on myself to minimize the injuries I have? And we're giving you that opportunity. I want to give you the opportunity. I don't think you're a bad guy at all. I really don't.
The male detective will now for some reason focus on Grant's flaws and the overwhelming embarrassment of the cam girl situation, which is basically the exact opposite of what he should be doing. He seems to get confused about what he's trying to achieve here. He carries a sympathetic tone while essentially roasting the ever-loving shit out of the suspect.
I think you're going through a very stressful and emotional time right now with being out of work and just dealing with all the problems with the arrest. You're probably not used to depending on somebody to pay all your bills. You know, you have to, mom and dad are have to give you money. Cody's having to give you money, and there's a significant debt to people. $200,000. I don't know what I'd do. I mean, mortgage, yeah, I get it, or something like that, or a medical bill for my child, yeah, I get it. But talking to some girl, you know, in Bulgaria, you know, you hit it right on the head. You were embarrassed about it, and you have nothing to be embarrassed about. Here it is, man. I want to help you. She want to help you. You gotta come to me with the truth now, because I already know the truth.
There's a reason you didn't go back to the house. There's a reason why you haven't tried to reach out. I mean, it's odd you haven't heard from anybody.
Yeah, I mean, it's like it's words that, like, I can't think of to even say. Like, I don't know how to even say the words.
Well, give me a roundabout what you're thinking.
That somebody in my family's dead.
And how does that make you feel if you're thinking that?
I have absolutely no ability to comprehend the words, because, like I said, I've been there for my whole entire life, and even though there's been struggles and everything like that, there has never been any issues.
There's never been the struggles or the issues like happened Thursday. Never for you. I believe you 100%. I believe it's never been like that. But something happened Thursday unlike anything you've ever experienced in 29 years of your life. Never.
And maybe you felt that was rock bottom for you. You were getting kicked out of the house. Your father gave you an ultimatum. I mean, that's...
The female detective will now carry out what the male detective was probably trying to do a few minutes ago. She will afford him justifications for the crime, making the gravity of admission less intimidating.
You know, you're already dealing with the debt, and, you know, now you have to stop talking to this girl, and now you're being kicked out of the home. I mean, that's... I can understand how you would feel. I mean, that you'd want to lash out, or, you know, if something happened, you'd want to defend yourself.
Sure. Absolutely.
But we need to know what happened.
I mean, I can tell that you guys are, like, leading me into a certain way of what...
The only thing we're leading you to is wanting to get the truth from you. Not trying to make you say something that's not true, that's not accurate. The truth. The end. That's it. That's all we want is the absolute truth.
I genuinely don't have anything else that I can say about what transpired during the nighttime.
So when you left your house, everybody was fine.
Yeah.
And when you left Cody,
everything was fine.
Well, we got called to the house because Cody didn't show up to work. So law enforcement goes over there, and can you tell us what we found?
No, the only thing that I was told was that Cody would take care of it for me. And that's all that I know.
So if anything happened in the home, to bring law enforcement there, what would you think happened?
That there was a shooting.
Between whom?
I don't know. Between Cody and my dad.
And why would you think that?
To protect me, or to help me, or to do something with me.
So you're telling me you did not shoot Cody,
No.
your father, or your mother?
No. I mean, I don't know, like, what more I can say.
Well, when law enforcement arrived, that's what they found. So you're the only outstanding child. You're the one that's been having problems with your dad. You're the one that we haven't been able to find for 2 days. Do you understand now why we would be questioning you about this?
Yeah, but I mean, I wouldn't... like, I mean, I wouldn't be saying like all like, I don't know the way to. I don't know like what to even say.
So if anything happened in the home, you believe it would be Cody and him?
Yes. Because I don't have, access to anything.
We know that Cody didn't shoot your dad. We know Cody didn't shoot your mom. We know Cody didn't shoot himself. There's something.
And you still haven't asked us the condition of them or anything.
That's because I mean, I don't know what the normal proceedings are, but
The normal proceedings are for you to be honest about what happened.
And then we help you understand everything that's going to go on from here on out, of what our responsibilities are.
And we don't believe you're being honest. We feel that you are leaving something out about what happened in that home. And the evidence tells us what happened in the home. But you need to fill in the blanks.
The suspect's composure was finally starting to slip. This was the perfect moment to draw out the silence to see how he'd respond to the pressure.
Here's my hand for honesty. I am an honest guy. I'm going to be honest. And when it's all said and done, I'm going to be honest to the very last day that I deal with you. And then when this investigation continues, I'll go on to the next person and be honest with them. I can only do so much with honesty. Honesty.
So what are you not telling us? What happened at that home that you know? Did you leave the house with your brother Cody looking like that? Or did you leave the house with your father looking like that? Or your mother? Is that how you left your family?
No.
Nobody else went into that house.
Who left your family like this? If you were the one that's been depressed, you were the one that owes money, you were the one that got into a confrontation with your father, who did this to your family? If you were trying to defend yourself or something else happened, we need to know now.
The female detective does an excellent job at affording him the option to admit to a lesser infraction, which in this case is self-defense. She provides the option while simultaneously building pressure. It's a textbook maneuver, and she does it very well.
To help you. So tell us what happened, Grant. We're here to listen to you.
Grant, you need the truth. We're here to make this right. You got to tell the truth. It's on the tip of your tongue, my man. I get that.
Did your father go after you and you try to protect yourself?
No, I didn't do any of this.
Hey, I know. Video surveillance tells me everything that happened this night. I'm telling you. Of people that you'd be surprised who in your neighborhood has video. And I know that there's only 4 people at this house during this time. 1, 2, 3, 4. Tell me. You got to tell me, man. You got to tell me. Get over that hoop. The video. If you're sitting there saying no, and video shows something else, guess what? Big problem. Because it will wind up later on that you can't get any help from anybody. A lot of this, what people make decisions on, is honesty. Was somebody honest? Didn't fire a gun. None of them did. Cody did not go home.
Or did your father point a gun at you?
No, there's nothing else that I can say.
Your emotions, your demeanor, your body language, your eyes tell me everything I need to see about you. You want to tell me in the worst way. You want to get this pain off your chest. Do it.
I mean, there's just nothing else that I can say.
So your dad had told you in the past before that he would kill you?
Right.
For what reason?
For if I basically did anything related to this, again, costing him a lot of money.
And Cody knew about that?
Right.
So when did you learn that your family was dead?
I had been worried since last night when I was just in the hotel, but I knew when you guys told me. I mean, like, I knew when you guys had told me.
You already knew, though.
But I had...
You already said... You knew.
At any point, did you feel like you needed to reach out to Cody and see if he was okay, or...
I just didn't want to call anywhere. I just didn't want to know.
We understand your father was abusive, and we understand that he was the asshole. And if he threatened you, that he was going to kill you when you came back, you were probably in fear, were you not? So did your brother come home to try and defend you, and then this gunfight happened, and you got so scared that you left?
This version of events would obviously clear Grant of any wrongdoing. The detective is hoping he takes the bait so that he changes his story, and can then be placed under arrest for lying to police.
No, I mean, I had left when I had said that I had left.
I just don't know where else to go to get you to come around, because it does not make any logistical sense of what you're telling us. It doesn't. If these two got in a shooting, we would know. We would know they shot each other. We'd know that.
But why Mom?
It just got so bad and out of hand, like never it's been before in your life. Never been here before in your life, or in your family's life. He's pissed. His future, his retirement, his plans are being upset by you because of the financial cost. I would almost bet this is just a horrible, bad incident that on any other day wouldn't happen. But you and me both know, as does she, what happened that night.
I don't have the answer for anything else.
Okay. This is the last time before I'm gonna walk out and then I'm done. And I'm done for good. When I'm done, I'm done.
And I don't have anything else that I can say.
Do you not feel bad for doing this to your family?
I mean, I've been getting blamed for the last half a year for everything, and I've been trying to move forward into a positive direction. And then every day I'm reminded of all the trouble that I had caused. And then I keep being told the same thing over and over again, but there's nothing that I can do to change it.
Do you regret doing this to each one of your family members?
I didn't do that to each one of them.
Here, you sit in my seat for a minute. Sit in my seat. Get out of it. Here, sit right here. Come here. Sit right here. Get out of that seat. Sit right there for me.
The suspect still isn't sitting in his seat.
Two things that happened here today. Two things. You're a guy swimming out in the middle of the ocean, and we're going to give you one of two things based on you. You can have a life preserver to keep from drowning, or you get the boat anchor. And it's which one do you want? Because we will give you whichever one you ask for. The life preserver, the boat anchor.
No, I want the life preserver that I've said everything that I can.
You want it, and I believe you do, but you have not said everything you can say. But there will be a time where you ask for that life preserver. I can't give it to you. I can't. Once I cross a line I gotta step over, can't do it. Won't do it. Think about that. I want to talk to her for a minute. Think about the last life preserver I can give you. Think about it. Take a few minutes just to reflect on it, and then we'll come back to you in a couple of minutes, and then we'll go from there. And what happens is what happens. Fair enough? You alright, Graham? You okay? Need some food, some water? You good to stay for a while longer? You okay?
I mean, I just don't have anything more that I can say. I don't know what the next...
I'm not keeping you here. If you want to stay, well, I'll talk to you till whatever, till you're happy with everything and you're okay. You're not detained. You're not being kept here. Don't want to be here. You don't have to be here.
I don't want to be here anymore.
Okay. Give me a minute, we'll get you out of here. What we'll do is we'll get you up somewhere. I'll give you my card, my phone number. If you want to talk to me, you're more than welcome to call me. And we'll move forward from there. Fair enough? Any questions of me before I go? Or before we walk out? I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Like, what am I, like, allowed to do?
Live your life. Hey man, we are right there at it. Jason's here. It's going to be a few more minutes. What I need to do is just for our investigation, get some pictures of you. We're going to collect your clothing. As soon as that's done, we'll get Jason here to talk to you. All right.
Alright, so I take it you know what happened.
Yeah.
I'm gonna ask you plain out, you are not part of it anyway.
No.
When's the last time you saw everybody?
I left the house between like midnight and like 12:30.
I want to believe you, Grant, but you're the last person that I could put in that house. And I know what happened over the last 6 months. Who else can I blame? How are we going to find out who did this?
I don't know. I don't have the answers.
The shit you did, you could have been in jail. You would have been in jail for years.
I know.
And they covered it up for you. I'm scared for you, and I'm scared for myself, and I don't feel comfortable with you being around me alone. I'm sorry. I could take you physically, but if you have a knife or know where a gun is, I'm fucked. I need you to be honest with me, man. I need to have closure. I was told that you would not have access to be able to contact this woman. Why do you feel the intent to still contact her?
It was just the whole emotional thing. I mean, that's all
Okay,
that I can say.
so are you saying that you love the woman?
I feel like I did, yeah.
Okay, you feel like you did, so you don't feel that way now?
Well, I mean, now it's pretty much, I mean, it's not what it used to be, is all I can say.
Because she's aware of what has happened in the last several months.
Right.
It hurt, right?
Well, yeah.
Yeah, because you can't carry that persona that you carried before. I do love you, though. Just remember that. Just like Mom, Cody, and Dad loved you. Nobody loved you any more or any less.
You have anything else you need to talk about before we let you go? Because now's your time. You know that. Like Danny said, once you're out of here, there's no coming back from this. We're giving you every opportunity to tell us what happened in that home that you have not told us. So you're aware that when you leave here, you're not going to have any chance to redeem yourself and tell us the truth after the fact.
I understand.
And you're okay with that. You can live with yourself knowing that you're not going to tell us the truth.
You ready, man? Yeah. Question for you real quick. You don't want to hurt yourself. You don't want to hurt anybody else. No suicidal thoughts. Okay, come on, bud.
Grant was arrested 9 hours later at his hotel. His trial began on August 12, 2019.
Grant Amato was so obsessed with this woman. You're going to see from the evidence in this case, at 2:53 a.m. on January 25th, after leaving the house that contained the 3 dead bodies of his family, the defendant goes to a nearby Publix parking lot logs onto their Wi-Fi and uses his dead brother's USA checking account to pay $599.99 to get onto Sylvie's website at 3:02 in the morning. That's what this case is about. It's about his blind obsession with this woman, the end of the world as he believed it to be because of his family, and his absolute contempt for those that he held responsible.
Verdict. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of first-degree premeditated murder.
Grant Amato was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. "30 seconds until minions spawn."
And they never try to, like, okay, he's cool as fuck, but, like, also, he has trauma from a bad relationship with his father. They don't try to do that shit. He has flaws. He makes mistakes, but none of them are meant to, like, detract from him being larger than life cool. I think you could also probably do this with, maybe to a little bit of a lesser extent, but I think you could also pretty fairly do this with, Indiana Jones. Yeah, like Indiana Jones, because Indiana Jones is, again, also larger than life cool. Wait, but they're the same character? Yeah, do you think characters with trauma can be done well? Of course. I'm not saying it's bad to have a character that has flaws or trauma or anything. I'm just saying I like characters that are larger than life, that are aspirational, that are meant to be a bit bigger than we are. And it's good to I like looking at them and thinking, you know, wow, they are really cool in a lot of ways. Maybe in ways humans can't necessarily reach, like, realistically, but it might be possible, and I want to think that there's something to learn here, you know? You guys get what I'm getting at, don't you? I hope so, at least. What I'm hearing is you want characters with positive vibes you can look up to, but that's literally a matter of taste. No. You can look up to any characters, and not all characters with positive vibes meet what I'm talking about here. I am specifically talking about an unreasonably high level of competence, proficiency. They're strong, they're smart, they're wise, they're self-aware, they're charismatic, they're engaged, and the story doesn't see these things as alienating characteristics that it needs to compensate for by adding negativity or fault. They aren't trying to drag them down or bring them back down to earth, you know? That does not happen here. That does not happen here. I think a lot of people just find characters like that kind of intimidating. Any female version of these characters? Ooh, oh man, wait, I know for a fact that there are. I know for a fact that there are. Oh, yeah, I can think of at least one. Hold on. Not to remind people of any recent, you know, any recent treason on my stream, but the whole, so again, haven't played all 3 games. I've played more than half of one of them, and she's insanely badass the entire fucking way through. She has flaws and problems, but I don't get the feeling that the narrative is trying to drag her down, or detract from how cool and competent she is. She's incredibly, dude, the last cutscene we saw was literally like her racing ahead of the journalist's car to dispatch with a bunch of demon angels, and then she flips the car and like stands outside of it, and then like she's styling on everyone all the time, you know? I haven't seen any media, sorry. How can you tell the difference between a character with flaws and a character compensating for those flaws? Every good character will have some flaws, because it's not really possible for a person to be flawless. For me, the difference is, are their flaws a detraction from their weight as a larger-than-life, admirable character that you can look at as a kind of like a beacon of competence and exemplary self-control? So, for example, Rick Sanchez is the smartest and probably most dangerous entity in the universe in the context of his show, but the viewer is constantly reminded of his flaws, not only in a way that serves the narrative or the plot or even a joke in any given scene, but also as a way of dragging him down. I don't think anybody here would really say that, like, Rick Sanchez is like, how do I put this? Well, nobody would really say he's admirable. It's more like, okay, I don't really like this manga. However, the only comparison that I can really think about here is this. Between Rick Sanchez and this guy. This is from the Dr. Stone anime. It's not bad. It's okay. It's probably good. I don't know. It's fine. Though the mangaka doesn't know how to draw women, so all women look kind of like mutant, doe-eyed kitty monsters. It's kind of weird. It's actually very strange. It's actually very weird. The women are like at a different art style. Example, please. Okay, so this is a scene from the anime, and here's the woman. That's not a joke. That's actually... Yeah. It's, yeah. Yeah. I wasn't kidding. This is how she's drawn in manga. Kind of like a fish-eyed. Yeah. You can actually see it even in the splash. Literally look at how the guys are drawn next to the girl. It's actually insane. Literally. Look, there are like a couple of visible guys on the front here, and they all look fine. And then there are two women here who both look like fish monkeys. It's actually like kind of crazy. It's actually kind of wild. And it's almost endearing, to be honest. It's so bad that it actually crosses over into being kind of... This is less egregious, but you can see it here too. Like, there's two guys here on the left who look like normal anime guys, and then on the right, she's... Oh, and in the manga, there's titties. I think they probably for the best. Like, this is meant to be a caveman. Cave woman? I think this is actually meant to be like the main desirable female character. I don't know. It's pretty. It gets bad, man. It gets wild. Oh my god! Wow. You just Googled Good lord. Oh my fucking god! What is happening there? That's crazy. Holy shit.
An ally has been slain.
This is like advanced. Look at this. The effort has been put. Meanwhile, look at what the mangaka is capable of drawing when they want to. Look at this. That's a nice looking panel. This indicates a pretty high level of understanding of like lighting and yeah. Why did I bring this up? Oh, right. For any of you for any of you who have seen both Rick and Morty, but also read or watched any of Dr. Stone, this guy is basically like a genius who got frozen in the Stone Age. It's complicated. Just that's what he is. It's okay, and he is a Mary Sue. Basically every problem that he encounters, he's like, well, we can simply overcome this with borylene citrate. All we need to do is build this, like, 17th century level factory to produce it. Like, it literally, like, they did gunpowder, they did this, they did that. It's all about, like, chemistry and how to make stuff. I think it's kind of cool, like, premise-wise. It's very larger than life. This guy has plenty of flaws, mostly that he's a fucking cunt. But I don't think that he's like Rick Sanchez in that sense, because the flaws don't really make him any less of a bombastic. But Rick Sanchez is both bombastic and overly confident, but I still feel this way. I don't think that I'm wrong. I think that I'm failing to understand how to convey my feelings on this. There's something about the way Rick Sanchez is presented where his flaws are a detraction from the traits that I'm referring to, whereas in this case, they aren't. The flaws either complement or don't affect the things that make him a larger-than-life aspirational character. Maybe it's just the extent to which Rick is constantly fucking up and is a horrible piece of shit all the time. I don't know. Doesn't Puss in Boots count? Oh my god! My friend, you're right. This might actually be one of the reasons why I like Puss in Boots so much. Because Puss has flaws, obviously, watch the movie, but he's... Okay, like, I guess the way I would put it is, like, at the end of the movie, is he not basically, like, almost flawless, kind of? He's ultra-competent all the time, with no exceptions. He's incredibly strong and competent. And over the course of the movie, his main flaw is his fear. That's still a real flaw. It's not saying it's not there. It's just like... Does anyone understand what I'm trying to get at here? Is he not aspirational? I aspire. Dude, absolutely. I aspire to be Puss. 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 I aspire. Okay, sorry, this has gone on for a long time, but all of this circles back ultimately to how I feel about Superman the character. That's where all this kind of, like, originates from. It bothers me so much that if you look at, like, literally Google Superman right now, here's the first image you get of the rendition of Superman on the comics. What feelings do you get when you look at this? Apart from, like, muscle Superman guy, right? Handsome, whatever. Optimistic, hope, uplifting. I immediately get a feeling of, like, competence. You know what I mean? Like, there are problems, but he's here to help. He might not be perfect, but, like, he's like a douchebag? Douchebag? Okay. Maybe people are going to read into this more than I want them to. But, like, for me at least, he looks like a Boy Scout. He looks like an optimized, idealized version of what people strive to be, in the form of a muscular guy in underwear. And then look at the photos that come up from the movie adaptations. Oh. Well, this looks a little bit more like grimdark. Why is the costume so dark? Why does it have that weird, like, film thing over it? Okay. And then you realize, wait a second, this is actually the least grimdark Superman live-action image that pops up. Oh. Okay. Well, he still looks like a muscular guy, but, like, I don't get any feelings of this guy being hopeful or even a good guy. Like, this could literally just be, he looks about as trustworthy as Homelander does in any given frame. Like, here, he's on trial here, or something. I don't know. Okay, why does he look like that? Why do you look like this? What? Can't we have a story about hope? Again, I'm not trying to be sappy here. He can have flaws and there can be drama. But it speaks to me to incompetence on the writing team if they aren't confident they can create a compelling dramatic narrative without Superman being kind of Batman wannabe, like, edgelord rewrite. Look at the next up comic strip. I hate how the face is drawn here, but you can still tell what emotions the artist was going for, right? Like, leaving aside your feelings on the way it's drawn. Like, okay, like, clearly we can see what mood is being brought about here. Here's another comic rendition. Wow! Again, he kind of looks like he's picturing off, but, like, I see what's being done. I see what they're going for here, you know? Why do we have to... You guys get me, right? Wow. Oh, how refreshing. A take on Superman where he's actually a dark, twisted loner haunted by being isolated. I can tell people isolate him because who would like a 6'4", white, ultra-muscular, chiseled superhero who saves people? Oh, I can tell he's tormented by his dual identity between being an Earthling and a Kryptonian, even though he was sent from Krypton when he was an infant and has no memories. And the only legacy from Krypton is he has to get along with him. Oh, man. He must have had such a traumatic time growing up alongside people being recognized as a very handsome, muscular, tall white guy who is also physically invulnerable. That must have been so fucking hard for him. Jesus. This looks like a Homelander scene. It looks like he's being tried for fucking killing a baby here. Why? Oh my god. He's like on trial for war crimes here. Like, it doesn't have to be this way in movie adaptations, man. Even in Superman Returns, which I think came out in like 2005? 2006. Okay. Even back in Superman Returns, which is fine, not a cool movie, okay? Like, maybe you think it's a bit outdated. And also, I think the essence I get that. You know, I think we could do a bit more with the costume, but like, he looks like Superman. You know? I would rather a little bit of corniness with this than whatever the fuck is going on here. I would much rather like, oh haha, he's such a goofy Boy Scout, than I would whatever the fuck is going on. He doesn't look that bad, honestly. A little bit of more ornamentation in the costume, or maybe a bit more muscle definition. I feel like it would look a little bit less goofy. You like Batman? Well, Batman's not meant to be seen as like all so a lot of his renditions are fine. I like Batman. What about the original? Superman original. Okay. This is a quick retard check. Does anyone in chat have a problem with how this looks? Because if you do, I have bad news for you, your parents, and the state employees who will have to look after you. Maybe this is me being a bit nostalgic for some of the shit that I would watch with my dad, but like, this to me is so good. And a lot of it is just Christopher Reeves, sure, but is like, does it all have to be this? Like, which would you rather? Like, hey, you know, we're gonna make a Superman story. For me, like, this is like an obvious which one I'd rather go for. Like a million times over. Like, easily. You know? I think the cape could taper better. Keep in mind this movie came out in '78. Like, almost 50 years ago. We could probably, you know, improve the aesthetics. Here's a comparison, okay? I think this show's a lot better. Look at that. No comparison, we're downgrading. Literally, like, I think you'd have to be insane to go like, yeah, dude, this Snyderverse has improved as a character. Now, you know, now he has little diamond heads on his thing. Yeah. Well, fuck. He doesn't even look like Superman on the right. He just looks like a generic fucking cape shit villain. This is Superman. This guy on the right is only identifiable as Superman because of the S. If you took the S off this guy's chest, he would just be like another baddie of the week in any low-tier DC TV show. If you took the S off Superman's chest, which he does, by the way, in the second movie, he would look like Superman. I feel like I've made my point a while ago. It's like, I don't know. I just like having characters to look up to. Pardon me for my apple-cheeked, rosy-eyed nostalgia, but don't you feel like this world would be a better one if, like, you're walking down the street because you're about to get groceries, and you see some, like, 10-year-old kids kind of, like, zipping around a wide sidewalk patch, and they're like, ooh, Superman was so cool, why? And they're, like, pulling their arms out to fly, and this was the guy that came back. Wouldn't that be nice? I don't know. Like, I'm not even trying to do any good old Americana stuff. I just feel like there's something kind of fundamentally missing with all the cynicism we artificially pack into our media because we're afraid of coming across as good. Because it's so fucking uncool to actually care, because everything is South Park pills now. That, like, every piece of media has to undercut it. Every piece of media with a character has to drag them through. Every piece of media with, like, a super competent character has to reveal that actually they're competent, that there was some other flaw or whatever else. Like, there can never just be, like, a plain and simple message or something to look up to it. Like, we mistake complexity for like, flawless. It's not good. Like, things can be simple but excellent. They don't... I'm done. I could do this for literally, like, a limitless amount of time, so we're just gonna... Okay, I'm so sorry. Alright. Nikki Bugs the $5. I think Rengoku, All Might, and other hyper-powerful / unambiguously heroic characters work best in the context for the pro tag. Yeah. Yeah, All Might would be another example of this, I think. Call me Trim Cap about Superman and Justice League and Mega Chad. All of Superman. Skip it. Maybe. I think it's possible to account. Thank you, Matthew, for the sub. And Vid gives his Okay, we're back on. Whether this one ends in our death or otherwise, we're finishing this tournament stream. That's every game when you play it, dumbass. What's your opinion on Kryptonite as a device? Like a narrative device? I think it's fine. I did think it was kind of cool how in Red Sun they had no Kryptonite, because obviously Krypton was just Earth in the future, so the Kryptonite didn't travel back in time. So they had to, like, it was like a world dealing with Superman when there was no easy win over him. They just had Red Sun radiation. I don't think Kryptonite has always done the lazy way. Wow, spoilers. It's been out for like 20 years. Fuck you. The archetype of the gun. Yeah, but it depends on how it's used. Like, for instance, don't we all agree that Kryptonite was used really well as a narrative device in The Dark Knight Returns? Because in The Dark Knight Returns, it was like, okay, Superman's been around for a while. Basically, all the Kryptonite in existence is used already. I manufactured it. It cost me billions. And we're now fighting Superman, and this is all I have. Like, I don't think it came across as a MacGuffin there at all. I thought it was dope. I like the game. Batman is going to be type character. No, not really. Again, I don't have an issue with characters that are super complicated. Also, to be fair, in a lot of Batman media, he's not really weighed down by those flaws. In the Batman animated series, he's just awesome.
like a dragon, Yakuza is a perfect example of difficult hyper-complex journeys that still have flaws. Not to add another to the list, but God of War Ragnarok is a 10 out of 10 on all fronts. Gameplay, world design, character development, music, everything. PLS consider.
Well, I'm probably not going to play it on stream. I'll probably play it off stream if I do. I gotta play Sandwich.
Just curious about the yes or no. Would Giorno Giovanna fit the archetype? I know he has a sad backstory, but he doesn't focus on it and just inspires everyone.
I think in a lot of ways JoJo characters frequently hit this beat because they're so over the top and larger than life that they feel that way.
It's been a while since I caught a stream. Hope all is well. Since you mentioned One Piece, I was wondering who is your favorite Straw Hat?
Fuck. Brain blanking because it's late stream. I Want to Live. Fuck. So Often wouldn't debate me about this, but if you wanted to, then you could. Nico Robin, thank you. I love Nico Robin. I think she's fucking adorable, and I want to use my second and close second would be Luffy. Kate is fucking. I actually really like it. After he leveled a city while fighting another Cryptopian. I don't know, with his head, like in the Boy Scout?
Talking about moral anti-realism got me into reading about meta-ethics. I find it fascinating. Do you think right and wrong are real properties that exist?
No, I'm a moral anti-realist. Well, how could I believe that if I was a moral anti-realist? First of all, he didn't level the city, okay? He was trying to stop fucking Zod and his bitch babies from leveling the city. That's one. Okay, he was fighting against them. For two, okay, the appropriate reaction to, like, a big disaster you failed to stop happening is not to, like, don your fucking goth suit and turn into a whiny bitch and look all serious all the time. You know how embarrassing that is from, like, an outside perspective? Like, dude, imagine if Henry Kissinger finally got brought in on war crimes and he shows up to the war crimes tribunal in, like, black fucking lipstick and eyeliner with, like a bedazzled leather coat. Like the fucking Crow or whatever. Like, no, what?
Hey, Bosh. Have you read the Chainsaw Man manga, and if so, what do you think of part 2 so far if you've read it?
I like it a lot. I'm enjoying the Femcell manifesto that it is.
What's your opinion about submarines?
Pretty cool. Spooky though. Anyway, just like, I can just remember a couple of examples of Superman getting accused of doing really bad stuff, and sometimes feeling really bad in the DC animated universe Superman cartoon and Justice League, and he never wore a fucking goth suit, like an idiot. You know, his response to that was not to instantly turn into a brooding Batman wannabe. What are your opinions on Chainsaw Man? I like Chainsaw Man a lot. I think it's actually like quite progressive in a lot of issues concerning gender relations and stuff. But I think you have to squint a little bit to see it. Like Fire Punch is fucking psychotic, but you know, if you're paying close attention, I think the progressive themes are right there. Fully Cooley, I think, is really progressive, but you know, not everyone feels that way. Not everyone agrees with me, like me. Why do you think Superman is supposed to be aspirational? Like, why is Snyder wrong about the character? Are there any, like, razor blades that you could swallow? No, because, like, first of all, like, we have an overabundance of, like, brooding bitches in cape shit and broader media, okay? For two, you're talking about Superman here. You're, like, why make a Superman story if it's going to be a story about a brooding dipshit? Like, the whole point was always that he was this, like, symbol of hope. you know, this ultra powerful golem who rose above the like the weakness of man and did his best to do good, even if he, you know, even if he couldn't always. He tried. Like, why do so, like, do Batman? We just had a really good Batman movie, The Batman. It was really good. Like, do that, right? Really cool, kind of stuff. I mean, it's not sus, but I don't think it's sus in the way you're implying it's sus. I think that a good faith reading. Oh, I had to ascend the tower. I'm so dumb. I think that a good faith reading of really makes it abundantly obvious that it is like thoroughly against the abuse of children. Because that's practically the point of the story.
Because we work to better ourselves and the rest of humanity, Cisco, I lied. I cheated. I bribed men to public crimes for the men. I am an accessory to murder.
True. Though a lot of the stuff Cisco did is great. Okay, we do a little bit of casual character. Nice.
I really recommend reading Blame, or Sidonia no Kishi. They are excellent works, foundational works of hard SF, even if the action can be a bit hard to follow.
I think I'd enjoy that. Oh, Noi in Dorohedoro would be an excellent example of an ultra-aspirational, super confident, powerful character, and a woman, who, let me just bring up this casual frame from the anime. Of an excellent, like, ultra-powerful, aspirational character. Whose flaws don't subtract from those characteristics. I haven't seen it. I've Dude, look at her next to a normal person. Oh my fucking god. This person's actually rather small, so they're probably like 4'8" or something. So I would be up here, which is exactly where I want to be. You know? So my head level will be right here, which is fine by me. It's a good place to stop, TBH. No, I like tall women. It's not a bottom thing. I just like tall women. She's great. Noise belongs to another. Yeah, that's true. I have not seen Code Geass. Code Geass? I mean to, though. Lady Domitresk? She is hot. Would Saitama be one of these characters in this new list of good characters? No, Saitama is not meant to be aspirational at all. Nothing about Saitama is aspirational. He actually fucking sucks. That's true, Bobo. I actually think that one of the worst things that turning One Punch Man from a, like, comedy manga into, like, a real shonen manga was the fact that, hold on.
Have you ever played Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, and did you ever consider playing it on stream? Also, thanks for the great stream.
Yeah, I have. Though it's been a long time, but I won't play it. Okay, I'm pausing that. Okay, one quick thing. Okay, in the beginning of One Punch Man, it's more of a, like, comedy parody thing. It's like, haha, he's so strong that he suffers from not being strong. And that gets, like, left aside the longer it goes on. Like, the longer you go into One Punch Man, the less it's about the joke of Saitama being strong, and the more it's about, like, the actual world and their threats and, like, other characters trying their best, you know? Most of the best fights in the manga aren't with Saitama. They're other weaker characters trying their best And Saitama's mental health is less and less and less of a factor. But I will say this. Saitama was originally meant to be kind of like an admirable guy, because even though he's not really that popular or beloved, he still like tries, and he's so strong, he's not recognized for his talent. But here's the thing, guys. The more the manga goes on, the more Saitama starts to look like a psychopath with no redeeming qualities. Because at the beginning, they show him kind of casually responding to a bunch of threats and trying to like save everyone, and like he like shows up and like he never gets any credit for it. But later on, millions of people die because he's lazy, and it's actually very psychotic. Like, he's a real problem, you know? Because originally, it's like comedy vision. He just shows up and he tries to get there as quickly as he can. Guys, the entire Monster Association arc is him being like, I'm trying to get some sleep. What's all this noise from? While the entire city that he's in gets blended into a fine paste by the strongest monsters yet encountered by humanity. You know? Like, all this shit. Like, Saitama is canonically strong enough to just launch Boros' ship into the atmosphere. Why the fuck did he not do that the moment... Like, you know what I'm talking about, right? I thought it was because he was oblivious. No. It's... No, in the Monster Association arc, it's not just him being oblivious, man. He's like psychotically disinterested in saving human lives. Do you know what happens in the Monster Association arc? Hold on! Spoilers in case you were trying to save this one. For the anime release, but I'm not letting you have that, okay? So, at a tower, which is probably miles high at the center of City Z, where Saitama is currently scratching his ass or something, that thing happens, and it fires a laser, okay? It fires a laser in an arc. This is the arc that laser is fired in. This is the aftermath. That's not fan art. Canonically, this happens. A single shot from one attack, from one fight in the Monster Association arc, cleaves off a portion of the planet. Meanwhile, Saitama is somewhere like here, having comedy buffoon hijinks, where he's like, oh, the noise is coming from that side. When we all know he's strong enough to like basically teleport over and instantly end. So again, as a comedy bit, it's fine, but when you're doing an actual shonen battle manga, you really have to wonder what his mental state is. When stuff like this is happening, he's the only human capable of keeping this from happening. And he's not. You know? It really makes you wonder. I don't know about the Earth size, but City Z was abandoned. Like, even still, but also, people died because of this. This can't happen without a death count. This is just not, you can't. Yeah, that's true. I'd argue he's been liable since the start of the series. I guess technically, yeah, man. Even in the first episode, there was a joke about him knocking out the giant and having him fall in the city. Actually, you know, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this was appropriately addressed from the beginning, because even in the very first episode, he punches out the giant brother and knocks him and kills probably tens of thousands of people. He even says oops after doing it. And I don't know. The Bosch is at his responsibility. Well, in this specific instance, it would be pretty hard to argue that it wasn't. What do you think about Azula's that? I think people have said it's really good. That's done. It's very well. Very good. Okay, I'm so sorry. Yeah, Christina Rose, thank you for the 15 million. Yeah, I saw that. I saw the one that's the weird reference. Okay. I have to end this fucking stream. Let's ascend the tower. Get me up there. Part 4. Razor. Gotta be a boss up here. Yep. They're playing a fucking organ? Shut up. We're gonna die. I'm positive.
Why are you playing it?
Yeah, true. So far, so good. Almost down 1 health bar. Fuck. Oh boy. Oh man, you have a melee? Fuck you. Yeah. Erg, this is painful. Vosh is just wrong. This isn't a hard port. They literally explain it. Saitama doesn't know the raid is going on because the Hero Association keeps it from him. Neonium! Neonium! Did you see what Psychos did to City Z? Saitama knows that he doesn't know the raid is happening. He knows there are monsters trashing the city. He knows that. The city is shaking. Tatsumaki turns all of City Z into a fucking swirly. She flushes City Z. He knows. He doesn't know the raid is happening. He doesn't know about Garo and everything, but he knows there are fucking giant ass. Yeah, must have been the wind, you know. Yep. His city is empty. He still knows about what's going on. Also, you seriously gonna say this guy's like more powerful than a god? And it's like, oh, a monster capable of destroying the entire city in one fell swoop just appeared. Whatever. It's not a populated area, you know. Could be a bunch of people living in slums here, like me! Like me! But, nah, whatever, dude. Just, it's not an issue. Whatever. Oh, fuck. We were not ready for this fight. Oh, no. Oh, God. Oh, yeah. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. No. Woohoo! 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 Ah, yeah, the melee, the melee. If you get close, the arm flashes. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No. Okay, we gotta stay way further back when he's doing the fucking orbital attacks. We're gonna die for sure. Okay, what are we gonna do with those? Oh. Oh, yeah. Oh, wow. Wow, that was like 17 things that hit me at once. That was cool. Roguelike. Nice. Oh, well, I'll give it a better try next time. All right, guys. I love you very much. This ended up being a pretty long stream, and I am supposed to stream tomorrow. You know, that would be good if I did that. I love you all very much. You are beautiful people. Just excellent. If I ever shouted at you in chat during this largely inconsequential discussion on video games and anime and stuff, just know that I love you and everything is hyperbole. Also, apparently for once, Demon Mama is actually streaming on Twitch, which means that I know to raid her quite easily. I don't even know if Demon Mama Live is listed here because it's been so long. Have a good time, y'all. I'll see you soon.
you.